Hello, you cheeky individuals, you happy-go-lucky scamps of humankind. It is I, Valen Vane. Vane by name, Vane by nature. You know the way that this works. You know the way this works. It's been a whole week, you beautiful beings. It's been an entire week, and here we are again. Like, indulging ourselves in some Mythical Mondays. Some indulgent-y, joyous Mythical Mondays, you know? How are you doing? How's it going? How was your week? The week that I didn't get to see you because I've been off doing shows and whatnot. Gallivanty shows and whatnot, you know? How's it going, Phoenix of the Fens? Hello, Tiny Moonchild, you beautiful individual. Dr. K, hello, Zoe Bowie, Nibirin, you glorious individual. Who's Mary? And why is she Lywd? Good question. Good question, Nibirin, and we're going to find out today. That is what we're going to do. We're going to be looking deep into the realms of Mary Lywd. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I'm going to say Mary Lywd. Just like that. And then we're going to work with it. Then we're going to work with it. We're going to do the thing, you know? That reminds me, actually, Semba, you beautiful individual. Can you put a little comment in my things to do and remind me to switch over all of the emotes, please? Because I definitely haven't done it. I've been too busy. It's been a busy old time. It's been a busy old time. I've been busy doing a million, billion, trillion things, and I completely forgot that I need to do that. Good Lord!
Most kind.
Razotter!
Did you get the number of that donkey cart?
Most kind.
I did get the number of the donkey cart. It was 72. It was the 72, you cheeky little devil. Where's my tier 3 mirror, Gus? Where is everything? Where is everything? Why is everything not where I mean it to be? And Gila's coming in with your prime, you cheeky little devil. Hold on. I've got this. I also haven't cleaned down the mirror. I only realized like literally 2 minutes before I started streaming. But Razotter, I will inscribe your name upon the tier 3 tiny little peacock mirror of Vane, you cheeky little devil. You cheeky little devil, you.
Jinx, the human-shaped Pokemon. This Pokemon has some very unusual powers. Its special attack is the lovely Kiss, which puts its opponent into a deep sleep.
Good Lord. What an interesting power that is. To smooch someone for them to turn and snooze on you. Razos arrive, inscribed your name upon the tier 3 mirror of Vane. By having your name upon the tier 3 mirror of Vane, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. That's for tier 4 only. We've discussed this many times, cheeky little devil. After 40 months, you would think you would understand this by now, you cheeky individual, you.
Subscribed. Most kind.
And of course, you get access to all
When
this.
the mustache met the goatee, it said, looks like we're in a bit of a hairy situation.
I hate you. I hate you, Stupedia. I hate you deep in my little soul. Deep in my soul.
Happy 3 years.
Happy 3 years, Nibirin, you cheeky little devil, you. Oh, my lordy. Hold on. First of all, Razotter, tier 4. We've talked about this. And second of all, you get access to all the 6 little emotes, including the tier 2 Pokemon emotes with my face in them and the tier 3 cursed emotes. But the most important thing is you've got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, I wish they'd bring around cloning. So when someone says, go fuck yourself.
Panda to it.
I literally could.
Is the International Express train to Hull?
No International Express train. No International Express train to Hull. None of this. None of this. Oh, sorry. God damn it. I've not even been live 10 minutes. What the fuck? What the fuck? 4 of those minutes was a song. What? What is going on? Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow, you know. Also, Nibirin, I will inscribe your name in the black ink of this. This is our new mirror, by the way, friends, but I haven't cleaned it down yet. But I will inscribe your name upon the mirror of Vane, along with Gilus, you cheeky little devil, and Stupedia for 35 months. Good Lord. 3 years, Nibirin. That is scandalous. That is actually scandalous. I will inscribe all of your names upon the mirror of Vane. Nibirin.
To look a lot like Christmas.
You shouldn't be able to do that one.
Everywhere you go.
You actually shouldn't be able to do that one. I have specifically put it so that you can't play copyright music on Blurp. And yet, here we are, listening to this shit again. But I will accept it now, Stupedia. Because it is Zabanian.
Most kind.
4th carriage connected.
Good lord, we had momentary Christmas music here. It unnerved me. I wasn't ready for it. Zabadian coming in with the 3 gifted tier 3s. 3 gifted tier 3s taking us straight to a fucking level 6 hype train. What? 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 What is this? To those people that are tier 1 and tier 2s, you'll have your names inscribed on here. By having your name on the mirror of any means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Those tier 1s, no bum Snapchat for you. You also get access to all those sexy little emotes. Tier 2s, no bum Snapchat for you. But you do get access to the tier 2 Pokemon emotes with my face on them. And the tier 3s that very kindly Zabadian has thrown out there like a condom in an orgy. You will also get access to all those sexy little emotes, including...
I'm Goldine.
Calm yourself, Goldine. Including the tier 3 emotes of the cursed variety. But the most important thing, tier 1, you gotta roll over every morning and go, God, do I look rough, but God damn, do I make rough look good. Nibbering at tier 2, you gotta roll over and go, God, I wish I was someone else, just so I could look at me. And all of those wonderful tier 3s that have been gifted out by Zabadi, and I'll write on him on the tiny little mirror in a moment, but all of you gotta roll over and go, God, I wish they'd bring around cloning. So when someone says, go fuck yourself, I literally could. And all of you need to go, ooh, sexy, ooh, yes, meow, you know? You know, you cheeky little devils. This is bloody outrageous. Bloody outrageous. I have what? What do we? What? I've been away for a week. You should have forgotten all of this shit by now. You should have forgotten all of this shit by now. What is going on? What is happening here? Where's my tier 3 mirror now? Here, hold on. Just hold on. I've got 3 names to write on here. Very kindly. Thank you so much, Sabadi and you beautiful being friend. If you have been gifted a tier 3 sub, please say a massive thank you. If you've been gifted any sub, please say a massive thank you to the person that's gifted that sub to you. Let me write the names here. All of those names have been inscribed on the tier 3 mirror. I've already done the thing, so I'm not gonna do it all again. But they're there. They're all there. You've actually just filled up this inside side of it now. So now I need to move on to this side of it. You know? God damn it! Scandalous. The lot of you. Fucking scandalous. All right? Bloody scandalous. Just what? Just what? Friends, I've been busy. I've been busy. I've had a really busy week last week, and I've had a great weekend. I was away visiting McSteffels this weekend and hanging out with the boy, otherwise known as McSteffels' son. And it's just been a really, really good weekend after a very chaotic and busy week. Very chaotic and busy week, but a really good week. A really, really good week. I've been working with a glorious member of the community who is an editor. I don't know whether they want me to say who they are, so I haven't called them out. But they've been doing a whole load of work for me, doing so making some of the questionable Game Emporium stuff into shorts so that I can start promoting all of that side of things. I've been doing research into best ways to go about all of my plans and schemes next year, because 2025 is going to be a busy as fuck year, but it's going to be a good as fuck year. So yeah, it's been chaotic. It's been really, really good, but it's been real chaotic. And then tonight we are going to be exploring the wonderful world of Lywd. And also, on top of that, next week, on the 16th of December, we have Vanemas. Vanemas is a week today. Which, for those people that are not been around for Vanemas before, Vanemas is when chat takes over. The Council of Vanity takes over my entire stream, and I've got no idea what's coming up. And I've got no idea what's happening. Mofo for show. I fucking love your name. Welcome on in, you beautiful bean. Good Lord, Sembar Flay redeemed a first of all, redeemed a show donor with speech, which means I need to talk about the bloody donation goal. You've already been far too fucking kind to me. Speaking of which, while I'm doing that, could you all do me a favor and throw out some hype train emotes? If you've got hype train emotes, please throw them out. And I'd say a massive thank you to all those people that subbed, that gifted, that threw all those cheeky little bees out there. Bloody outrageous, scandalous, preposterous. Just what? Just what? Thank you so much, friends. I never, like, it's always appreciated, but it is never expected. It is never expected. And the fact that I literally come in and we're not even fucking 15 minutes into stream and you're already being chaos gremlins. God damn it. God damn it. You little tricksome little wenches, you. Oh my god. Are we still live? Are we still live? Apparently so. Apparently you hear the sound, but the camera is frozen. The camera is frozen. Right, okay, well, you get to look at my delightful face here. Let's have a look at this. Let's see if it's gonna reconnect. Typical, as soon as you come back to stream, there's always got to be something that doesn't work, right? That's the whole thing. No. Alrighty. Let me do this. Bear with me 2 seconds, friends, while I work out where everything is in my life. It will be under my million, billion, trillion things that I do. No, it's not having any of it. Huh, interesting. Let me see if I can open something separate to see if the camera itself is working. No, it can't find the camera. That's interesting. It's not able to find the camera at all. Ooh. Ooh, friends. This isn't great. This isn't fantastic. But I have a plan, all right? I have a plan while you listen to my sultry tones. Look at my sultry tones. Aren't they delightful? How's the best way to go about this?
Yeah, you subscribed.
Shane Secrets!
Kind.
Splendid picture, way better than usual. This is a particularly velvety shade of black.
Rude. Isn't it so velvety? So unbelievably velvety. Right, if I go here, then... Hey! Hey look, it's me! Sexy Valen Vane, ready to teach you all about Lywd. Please make it an official PNG YouTuber from this picture. Did you take the lens cap off? I did. I remember that bit. I can shake the image as I talk. Hi, I'm Valen Vane. I'm here to teach you about Lywd, a very delightful horse skeleton head thing. It's quite preposterous, and if I do say so myself, well, I'm having a couple of camera issues, so don't mind me, friends. I'm just going to, I'm just going to look off here. Yep, nope, not, no, hold on. Monty, where are you? I'm trying to, Monty, my camera's fucked. Quick, Monty, where are you? Hi, friends. Don't mind me. I'm going to be here for a little while. Well, just while Monty fixes the camera. Don't fret about a thing. I am sure everything will be perfectly fine momentarily. Best stream ever. Oh my god, it's the hairy cheek growth. Exactly. The hairy cheek growth is exactly where it's at. Monty better not take the fucking night off. God damn it. I need him. The camera's working, friends. I can see that the camera is working, which is a good thing. Now the camera's not working. Right. Still not working. Look, sexy music. So the camera itself is working, but for some reason it's not being picked up by the actual thingy, which is frustrating. No, for some reason my thingy isn't. Chain scene? No, it's the whole camera itself, because I've pulled up the studio mode. Yes, it is I, in the voice of the moss. If you try turning it on, off and on again. To be fair, it's quite frustrating. Don't worry, friends. There is nothing I cannot fix, and by I mean anybody else. Because the camera is definitely on. That's fine. Everything is connected properly. So the camera works, but for some reason the connection between the camera and OBS is not working. And it's not working, it's not being picked up by my thing at all, which means either the cable's fucked, which would be really shit, or my capture card thing isn't working, or my entire computer's fucked. Let me have a look on this. Okay, tried something else. Trying all of the things. Okay, now my computer can pick it up. It can pick up the 4K capture link, but it can't pick up the actual visual from it, which is infuriating. Ah, yes. Everything in light mode. That's the only way to do it, right? I appreciate you all sticking with me while I bumblefuck my way through all of society. I appreciate you all sticking with me while I bumblefuck through my way through all of the technology. Yes, technology. What a joyous occurrence it is. Ah, fun. Yes, the only way we know how to do these things is through technology. Yes. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Ba-do-ba-do-ba-do-ba-do. Make it slightly darker again. Let me try and delete everything and recapture everything.
Oh. Panda to mango, panda to it, panda to it.
Valen bumblefucking his way through a stream. What a novelty.
Well, I know, right? What a novelty! Hey! It's me!
THATS, such a good picture of you, Val.
You hear the cam music? Okay, is that now gone? Multiple Valens, which is wild because the camera doesn't have an audio on it, so that's interesting. That's really interesting. That's genuinely fascinating, mainly because of the fact that the camera shouldn't have an audio on it.
Most kind.
Nearly
Such a
3
good picture.
years laughing smiley.
Nearly 3 years! Oh my lordy, Warlock and It's a Dean! Hello, you cheeky devil. Thank you so much for bearing with me, friends. I appreciate that. Not entirely sure what happened there. No fucking clue what occurred, but something happened. Something occurred. Something occurred and we fixed it. Through the medium of magic. And Sembar throwing loads of ideas at me. Fun. How's it going, Aries? Hello. Thank you very much for the drive-by booping. I appreciate that. Where was I? I was, yeah, hold on. First of all, It's a Dean and Warlock, you beautiful beings. I will inscribe both of your names upon the new mirror of Vane that I still need to wipe down. As you can see, it's still covered in the previous ones. I've written them all into the book. I just haven't managed to have the time to clean it all down yet. But I will, I'll do that. I'll do that, Sembar. That's fine. That works. I will inscribe your name upon the mirror of Vane. By having your name upon the mirror of Vane, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devils. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you go roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good. Oh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know? The hype train has indeed gone. Has indeed gone. I also owe Sembar a vanity promo and a dono speech. I'm going to refund your promo because for all of your assistance. For all of your assistance. Friends, I'm going to promote myself now. Prepare yourself. This is a channel point redeem. I can't get out of it. No matter how much I want to, can't get out of it. I also owe it for free to Sembar because of the fact that Sembar helped me out massively. Do you know what I mean? Friends, I have a very questionable thing called the Questionable Game Emporium. It's where I play not safe for work games. You can check me out on YouTube, or you can check me out on another platform that has all the naughty stuff.
First Valen stream from my new living room. And that means we are ready to go for Vainmas. Mwahahaha. Oh yes. 38 months. Fuck.
38 months is such an unreasonably long period of time, Pixie Bomb. And also, I hope that you are enjoying your new place, your new location. I hope that it's going well. I hope that you and your delightful partner are having a wonderful, wonderful time and settling in nicely. I will inscribe your name upon the Mirror Vein. By having your name upon the Mirror Vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? Well, goddamn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow, you cheeky devil. Ptolemy, what is this? I need to actually talk about that as well because Sembar redeemed show dono with speech, and then a hype train appeared, and all. No, then my camera died, didn't it? That's what happened. Then my bloody camera died. Friends, I have a donation goal for festive emotes. We've actually already spent the money on the festive emotes. I've already commissioned them and got them, and they will be rolled out tomorrow morning probably, or after stream tonight, depending on how much time I've got. But there will be new festive emotes. Any money that now fills up this bar will be basically paying for the money that I've already spent. But what'll probably end up happening, knowing me and the way that I am, is I'll end up reinvesting that straight away into more emotes, because we don't have festive holiday emotes. I want ones for the festive season, one's for Valentine's Day, and one's for Halloween. Those are the three areas.
The horror!
It's not a horror. It's just me as Wallace and Gromit, and Chunk as the Curse of the Were-Chunk. Do you know what I mean? How dare you? That is not a horrifying thing. Confound you, Dr. K, with your 404. Confound you. God damn it. Ptolemy, can we get some egos in chat? Say a massive thank you to Ptolemy for that donation that you really didn't have to do, you cheeky little devil, you. God damn it. You plucky young scamp, you. You were meant to be doing a drive-by boopenings and then drive-buying off is what you were meant to be doing. What you were meant to be doing, you cheeky little devil. God damn it. Confound you. Confound you, you cheeky devil. I also do the vanity promo because I owe Sembar it. Friends, I play not safe for work games. I play not safe for work games, and I originally reviewed them, and then I was like, do you know what? I'm gonna play them and record the videos, and then if people would like to see them, they're welcome to do so. If you would like to see sex education game, sex-based games from a sex education point of view, then check out the Questionable Game Emporium. It's actually doing really, really well, and I've just paid somebody to make a whole load of the videos into shorts, so that I can start rolling it out and getting that much further on and all promoed and stuff like that. I will also say that something that might be worthwhile for some of you, all right, some of you, is the fact that the first game that will be on the Questionable Game Emporium, the first game that will be airing in January 2025, so the very, very first game of January 2025, of 2025, full stop, is one that vexes me in my soul. All right? We are talking a very specific genre of game that I never thought I would ever find, and yet we did. It may involve a specific thing that I personally find vile and disgusting, and yet provides all kinds of entertainment for you people and sex. So yeah, that's a thing that has occurred. So I couldn't possibly say, Litsana. I could not possibly speculate, and yet here we are. Violence disgusting. So charity work? How dare you? It depends on the charity, Bob Bushman. Depends on the charity. There is 2025. I've already committed that we are going to be doing a charity stream. I'm not sure when yet, but we're definitely going to be doing a charity stream for the Survivors Trust in 2025. I want to raise some money for the survivors of rape and sexual assault, and their families and their legal battles and their relative therapies should they be required. That's what the Survivors Trust do. So prepare for that in 2025. Prepare for all kinds of shenanigans. There's a lot of stuff going on. 2025 is going to be a busy year. It's going to be great, but it's going to be busy. It's going to be busy, you know. But yeah, so that is those are the things. Those are the things, you cheeky little devils. Confound it.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Prepare for trouble and make it double.
I'm sure I have one of those as. Do I have it as an emote? As an alert yet? Do I have a team fuck it alert? I don't yet, but I do own it. Abby Stabby made myself and my little brother genre into Team Rocket. And that's not an alert yet, but it will be an alert. It will be an alert. And do I have the... Where the fuck will I have put it? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. It's gone. Disappeared the way that all things do. Do I have... Oh, wait. There it is. Team fuck it. Team fuck it. As you do, you know, casual, real casual. I don't know how fast we blast off, but we blast off at the speed of something. Brilliant. Brilliant. Ooh. All good. Right, where was I? I don't even know anymore. There's a Vane, there is a me. Yes, how you doing, friends? It's been a week. Shit, here we are like 40 minutes into stream now. Now we've had all the technical difficulties that always come with the first stream back after a little while away. For those people that are not aware, I spent last week off doing shows. I was doing a theater show. I say a theater show. I was doing a Christmas parade of all things. And I did all kinds of peculiar and interesting things. Yeah, can I... change back to my thingy, please? So that I can show you the amazing mustache. Because many of you won't have seen this. Well, I'm assuming many of you won't have seen this. But I, in all of my delightful glory, managed to grow a beard. I grew a beard, friends. Let me show you. There we go. I grew a beard. This was my November beard, as it were. And I did that very specifically because I needed to shave in a mustache. Because the character that I was playing, the character I was paid to portray, was the general of a toy soldier army on a Christmas parade. So I grew in the beard in order to make the mustache. Shaved in this giant curly mustache, which I then naturally defined a little more. It then got glittered and goldened with all of the cutesy makeup. And that was the outfit. That was the whole thing. It was preposterous and scandalous and lit up. Look at it in the dark. It all lit up. And what was hilarious was at the beginning, all hail General Van. I was General Nutcracker, which I thought was hilarious because I got a little laugh saying it all the time. I'm General Nutcracker. I started off very much Melchit. General Melchit, yes, here we are, the toy soldiers on patrol. Here we go, let's go, yes. And by the end of it, because of the strain that took on my voice and the way that I lit it, I lightened it up. In order to be less scary to children and to strain my voice less, I ended up started off, yes, General Melchit, yes, darling, hey, yes. And by the end of it, I sounded like Nigel Thornberry. I was like, here we are for the Christmas parade. Here we are, traveling down the street, saying hello to all the children for the Christmas parade. Liza, I'm Nigel, your father, General Thornberry. You know? So, yeah, that was what I was doing last week. That was literally from 4 p.m. through till like 9 p.m. every single day. Which is the reason why I didn't have much time to do much else, because it was busy as fuck. But I did that for like those hours, and then on top of that, I was also doing a little bit of sex education because I found a sex education course online that I was like, ooh, I'll partake in this. So I did a few hours of that. I was preparing stuff for 2025. And doing a whole load of stuff for the Questionable Game Emporium to set all of that up, because I'm very aware of overstretching myself. The amount of stuff that I want to do is unreasonable. The amount of stuff that I want to do in 2025 is too much. It's too much and too preposterous. So I'm trying to get all of the bits and pieces in place to make sure that I don't overstretch myself in 2025, because there is a good chance of that happening. So I don't want to do that, because you've all seen what happens when I overstretch myself. You've all seen it when I like do it too much, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that, and it's just that's it. Yep, don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. So yeah. That is the plan of action. That is the plan of action, you know. Did you enjoy it? It was good fun. Thank you very much, Painted Lady. Jelly Belly, how you doing? It was good fun. It was cold. I was wrapped up to the nines. It was like lots of thermals, layers and layers and layers of stuff, being attacked by trees because we were on an open top bus. So we were on an open top bus, and then I had a whole load of like volunteers with me, and I'd worked with the volunteers. I'd done like a couple of rehearsals with the volunteers to get them, because we were toy soldiers. It was very much a right, okay, so you need to like move like an automaton, very steam powered giraffe, if you know the band. It was very much like that. So I was training them for a couple of nights, and then we did 4 nights of the thingy where we had like getting everyone ready, getting everyone dressed up, getting everyone warm. And the first 2 nights were okay in regards to the weather, but we kept getting attacked by trees because it was an open top bus, which is like a double-decker bus, which I know many people don't have in the world, but in the UK you've got like a bus and then there's a top shelf of the bus, a double-decker bus, and the top shelf of the bus was open to the elements, which meant that every single time we drove through a tree, we all had to duck down underneath all of the chairs to not get taken out by a tree. And I definitely got attacked multiple times by trees. And I tell you what, it's fucking painful. Fucking painful. But it was good fun. It was good fun. The last 2 nights, Wednesday, Thursday, was harder because we've had a storm here in the UK. Storm Farah? Is it Farah or something like that? And it was just sort of starting on Wednesday, Thursday. So the wind was up and it was starting to rain. Fortunately, we were very lucky in regards to the amount of rain that hit us. Was not too bad, but it was less than pleasant, less than comfortable, shall we say, because the entire parade lasted like an hour or so. So it was problematic. Storm Dara, thank you very much, Phoenix of the Fence. So Storm Dara. Plan, are you telling us that you got paid to get slapped in the face with thick pieces of wood? I did repeatedly. There was one that was like a willow tree, which has the big drapey branches, if you're not familiar with what a willow tree looks like. And the bus drove straight through all these branches, and it sort of like brushed over, literally like a fucking paintbrush, brushed over the top of the bus. And I was going under. I was like, obviously in character the entire time. So I was like, oh, here we are. Oh, my lordy. We're being attacked by a tree. Sneak attack out of the nowhere. Oh, my lordy. Oh, my lordy. This one's tickling us. Tickle attack by the tree. I can't believe it. But the tree was owned by my friend's mum. So my friend was in the audience pissing himself, absolutely pissing himself, because he could just hear my voice being like, oh, I'm being tickled. I'm being tickled. Good Lord. The scandal, the preposterous. Oh, no. Do you have a PO box yet, Mr. Vane? No, Painted Lady. No. So I looked into all the PO box stuff last year for Vanemas, and I decided against it because it turns out that they can be quite fucking horrible. There was a spate of people. There was a spate of situations where people not from my community, there's nothing to do with any of you, but there was a spate of situations where people were putting GPS tags inside parcels and sending them to PO boxes, which then would get picked up by the streamer and or celebrity and or whoever and get taken away to their homes, their locations and what have you. And as a result of that, if I'd have never had a parasocial relationship, and when I say that, I mean like that's a viewer feeling like they are far more connected to me than I am to them. If I'd have never had that, I probably would have been like, yeah, it's fine, it's not a problem, it's not an issue. But because I have had a fair share, probably more than my fair share of issues with people being parasocial, I decided to just ease off there a little bit. Are we able to send you a gift? Good question, Painted Lady. If it's like something that can be purchased online, for example, thank you very much, Semba. If it can be purchased online, then you can suggest it on my throne wish list. So if it's something that is like out there and what have you, that's like some companies made or what have you, you can do it through that. If it's something you've made me, that becomes a little bit more complicated, and I honestly don't have an answer for that yet. I'm trying to find a way to, or I have briefly looked into trying to find a way to do that, because I know that there's people in the community who do want to send stuff, who do want to package things up and what have you. I just don't know what the best way to do that. Do you know what I mean? Something in your possession I'd like to forward to you, but no panic. I appreciate that, Painted Lady. I really do appreciate that. I'll find a way somehow. I'll find a way somehow to get those things to it. I just need to be careful. Because yeah, it's really shit How's it going, Magnesium Based Wizard? How you doing? It's really shit, but unfortunately, like I said, I have had more than my fair share. More than my fair share of people being creepy on the internet. You know? So, yeah. So, yeah. And I'm not saying that you are, by any stretch of imagination, Painted Lady. I'm not saying any of you are in this community, by any stretch of the imagination. But I'm just, like I said, need to be careful. Safety first, exactly, Wild Squeak. And I appreciate your understanding, Painted Lady. How's it going, Vanera? Hello, you cheeky devil. Welcome back on in. There's possibly a plan for Vainless, but need to hear back from someone about it. And they've not been online lately. I'm in the same place as Painted Lady. Got a gift all boxed up and ready to go. All right, okay. I'm creepy on the internet. Yeah, but you're my kind of creepy, Dr. Cage. You know what I mean? It makes everything different. When you're my kind of creepy, it changes everything, you know? Whereas, when you're just sending me pictures of my house via Google Images, that gets unsettling. Do you know what? I have to say as well, that I have, like, the main thing about stuff like this is I've become far more careful since being in a relationship. Because now it's no longer just my safety. It's my safety and Chunk's safety. But then also McSteffels' safety. And also McSteffels' child's safety. Like, suddenly it's gone from my safety to an entire group of people's safety. And it's like, that changes everything. That changes absolutely everything in regards to all of those things, you know? Yeah, I know. How's it going, Magnesium Based Wizard? Hello, you cheeky devil. Keeping your address safe? Yeah, exactly. I don't know much about how the post functions over there. Well, I did used to have this, like, PO box type thing where everyone could send them stuff and then they would send it straight on to me. This was before I found out all this information about, like, people putting GPS tags inside parcels and stuff like that. And that was great. That was fine. That worked. But then they brought in some rule where they were saying that everything that came through them I needed to know exactly what was in the parcel before they would ever send it on to me. And I went through many emails of arguing that with them being like, hey, the whole point is that it's a surprise. Like, I'm a content creator. I create content on the internet and people want to send me stuff, and the whole point is that it's a surprise so that when I open it on stream I don't know what it is. And they were like, yeah, we understand that, we appreciate that, but that isn't something we can do. You need to know exactly what it is, and you need to tell us exactly what is in every single one of these parcels, otherwise we can't send it on to you. Which meant that some of the parcels that you very kindly sent me never got to my door because of this whole situation. It was a long and laborious task. Long and laborious scenario, do you know what I mean? You're a cheeky one? You are indeed a cheeky one, Vanera. In fact, can I get a shout out for Vanera or Dark Wolf, please? I would very much appreciate it. Totally odd topic, but your background music sounds like a phone alarm. My background music is just royalty-free Celtic music. Royalty-free Celtic music. Go. You know what I mean? People go check out Vanera, the grand ruler of all frog kind, on Twitch. They have a variety of delightful froggos. Froggos with big old mouthos. And you should go check them out. They play a whole lot of different bits and pieces. They get to do a variety of different things. And they are an absolute chaos gremlin of a human being. And I love it. I absolutely love it. You should indulge in it. For sure. For sure. But yeah. Sounds like a phone alarm. Yeah. We all know your address. 69 Lane of Mirrors, Yorkshire Tea Land. YT 69 OBS. Yeah, it is YouTube 69. That's it. How did you guess that, Astro? Oh my lordy. The scandal. Amusingly, my house number is 69. That's the only bit of the address that I'm ever prepared to tell anyone ever. It's like my house number is actually 69. That's the reason why I moved into this house, because it was number 69. You know, that was it. That was it. You know. I made you smile so much. You are very welcome. Very, very welcome. I don't tell a lie. Everything I said is the truth, you know? That's why you need an assistant to handle all of that mess, so they know instead of you. That is true, Aylazana, that is true, but I am not in a position where I can start paying somebody to deal with that shit. Do you know what I mean? If I could pay somebody and just be like, hey, can I use your address? I will pay you this amount of money for you to take on this risk, because it is a risk, to gather all of my postage and go through it to make sure there's no fucking GPS tags or what have you, and then send it on to me. That would be great. But I'm not in a position to pay somebody worth that while. Do you know what I mean? I mean, we can stop post stuff. Need to get my son Crochet Val and his gift. Oh my lordy. Oh my lordy. And of course something for me. Of course something for me. Of course something for me. I was thinking at one stage of like, if I could get like a venue that I work with to take my post in for me, but again, the thing is, that doesn't change. That doesn't differ from the whole PO box situation, because even if I gave a separate address out, if somebody did put one of the GPS tags in, it wouldn't change the fact, because I would still want to open it with all of you. Do you know what I mean? I would still want to open it with everybody. So, you know, it just causes problems. Creepy people on the internet causing problems. Who'd have thunk it, right? Who'd have thunk it? Welcome back, Aries. How you doing? How's it going? Hit me up in DMs on Discord, preferred, or Twitch, and we can have a chat. Aww. Oh, you. MZ Amazing, you lurk away, you beautiful being. You lurk away. If you need someone to, I do it voluntarily, really. Dean, that is very, very kind of you. That is very kind of you. I would need to feel comfortable enough to allow that to be a position that I would allow somebody in. Do you know what I mean? Because I have to say, right, at this point, and it needs to be said, there are a lot of things that have happened behind the scenes that you people have no idea about. All right? So I know that some of you will have seen over the years that I have been streaming, some of you will have seen some parasocial behavior, perhaps. Some parasocial behavior in chat, or people tagging me and stuff online that somebody might be like, oh, that's a bit parasocial, you know. But behind the scenes, when I am like literally having DM conversations with people being like, hey, this is inappropriate, you can't do this, this isn't all right, and this is the reason why it's not all right, like it gets pretty fucking dire. It gets pretty dire. Like, I don't like to talk about this shit because it's not something that people should have to worry about, but it is something that is bad. Like, as a point of perspective, I have got folders and folders and folders of screenshots. Zabadi, and you take it easy, you beautiful being. Thank you so much for popping in and being so unbelievably kind earlier. I really appreciate it, you beautiful individual. There have been some truly dark moments. There really have. There really have. So I've got like folders of screenshots that I have taken so that I can cover my ass in case anything ever rears its ugly head. So I can literally be like, here's all the screenshots, here's all the dates they were taken, here's all the here's me displaying everything so that everyone can see, so that everyone knows the context. Now, I don't ever want to be in a position where that drama is needed. That stuff is there to never be used. I don't want to ever show anybody any of that stuff. I don't want to, because that is drama that nobody needs to fucking know. Do you know what I mean? But it's there just in case. It's there just in case somebody with a particularly parasocial dynamic is just like, hey, guess what? Val and Vane did this, that, and the other. And I'm like, well, actually, here's the screenshots to prove otherwise, you know? So it's fucking shit. It's shit to have to, it's really fucking shit that as a content creator, you've got to do that. You have to be able to cover yourself. You have to be able to make sure that any altercation like that is completely documented and completely covered at every situation. So yeah, it's really fucking shit that happened. But when I'm saying like Dean, for example, being very, very kind in offering to be like the go-between between me and the community, that's unbelievably kind of you. But you also haven't seen some of the horrible, horrible things that people have said and threatened in the past. So as much as I very, very much appreciate that offer, I want to make sure that if there was ever a situation, I wouldn't be putting anybody else at risk, you know? Because exactly, magnesium based was because people can be weird. People can be real weird, and people can also like hold on to grudges and cause all kinds of shit. Do you know what I mean? Cause all kinds of shit. So yeah, I don't really like to talk about it because first of all, it's nobody else's business. It's between me and whatever person that is. Do you know what I mean? But I'm trying to think if there's an example I can give to, like a moderate example that I can give that isn't specific. Oh, okay. No, not a good idea. Yeah, but this one isn't. This one was one of the milder situations, which happened about 2 or 3 years ago. It was a long time ago. But as a perspective, there was somebody who used to be in the community 2 or 3 years ago. It was a long time ago. Before I was a partner, long before I was a Twitch partner, and they were relatively regular in stream. They would come by pretty much every stream, and they were a big payer. They would gift a lot of subs. They would donate a lot of money, which was very unbelievably kind of them. But they felt that by doing that, it gave them extra privileges, which it doesn't. It doesn't. I will always genuinely appreciate everybody's kindness, but you do not get extra privileges just because you are throwing money at me. Do you know what I mean? That isn't a thing. That has never been a thing, and it will never be a thing. The usual, I get paid so I get ownership. Exactly. And they made some very inappropriate comments to a guest that I had on stream. And so I banned them. I banned them straight up and was like, hey, this is I sent them a message saying, hey, this is the reason why you've been banned. This was completely out of order. There was no reason for it. And you've been warned before about saying inappropriate things. As everybody does. You all know what it's like. Do you know what I mean? Icky behavior. Exactly. And everyone, I think everyone here who has been around. Oh, ads? Oh, no. Oh, no, not the adverts. Confoundable adverts. Shocked Pikachu face. Right. It was a thing. It was a thing. What can I say in the meantime while we're waiting for ads? Oh, fuck it. I'll come back to it. I'll come back to the story because I don't want people missing out on shit. Do you know what I mean? It's very important. All of us weird in our own unique ways, but damn, some people are weird in dangerous ways for sure. You've received death threats, all because I didn't say hi in chat when I missed it once. Good lord, that is wild. Magnesium-based wizard, thank you very much for giving that sub to Bob Bushman there, you beautiful bean. Bob Bushman, I know you're in ads at the moment. I hope that subscription has suddenly pulled you out of ads so that you can see you beautiful being. But I will inscribe your name upon the mirror of Vane, you beautiful individual. By having your name upon the mirror of Vane, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky individual. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing,
Hand it to me, go. Hand it to it.
Interruption. Also, how the heck did I get to 55 months sub myself? Surprised smiley.
I know, it's scandalous, Dean. Bloody scandalous, I tell you. Bloody scandalous. Outrageous. Preposterous. Good lord. That works. We'll do this one next. That's fine. Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings, and how dare you interrupt me while I'm in the middle of things. By having your nipple and mirror veiny means you got access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all his sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, go, God, I look rough. But God damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, harra, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. You know? This one, I've picked this mirror because it's got a nice little bow on it, look. Nice little bow on it for the festive season. And no, I haven't decorated the studio yet. Will I decorate the studio? Yes, I will decorate the studio. But it is not time yet, friends. It is not time for studio decoration. Okay? It will be decorated for Vainmas and not a moment before. Cheeky little devils, you. But yeah, Bob Bushman, you're back. Welcome back. It's all right. I'll wait the 9 seconds for the thingies to be done. Do you know what I mean? Very icky behavior. Yeah, for sure. Last I heard was someone got banned. Thank you very much for letting me know, Bob Bushman. Now the adverts are over, I can continue with the story. So basically, TLDR of the story so far, this individual was a member of the community. They were a member of the community for a really long time, and they were a big payer. They threw quite a bit of money at me every month, which was very, very kind of them. But them throwing money at them made them feel that they had some kind of extra, they got extra privileges for being a payer. And that was not the case, because that has never been the case, and that never will be the case under any circumstances. I am always grateful, hugely, unreasonably grateful for people's kindness when it comes to financially supporting me. But you do not get extra privileges because you give me money. Like, that's never been a thing, and it never will be a thing under any circumstance. I had a guest on around that time, and they made some inappropriate comments about my guest, and I binned them off. I banned them. I sent them a message saying, hey, this is the reason why you've been banned. And which I didn't have to do. I would like to point out, I don't have to justify why I banned somebody by any stretch of the imagination. This is my house. You know what I mean? This is my house. If I don't want people in it, then I shouldn't have to do that. Shouldn't have to have them in my house. But I did anyway, because I like to be courteous and I like people to understand what's going on. So I sent them a message and I was like, hey, this is the situation. You made some inappropriate comments to a guest of mine. You've already been warned before about making inappropriate comments, and this was the last straw, so you have been banned. And the bit where it got weird was the fact that they treated that situation like I was breaking up with them. So up until that point, they'd just been a bolshy, quite inappropriate viewer. Like, they would say some inappropriate things, but never something that would cross the line. And then when they did cross the line, they got banned, you know? And as a result, it was like, cool, that's all done and dusted. That should be it. But they treated it like a breakup. They were like, what can I say that will not give the person away? And bearing in mind, this wasn't a recent thing, friends. This was like 2 or 3 years ago. This was a long, long time ago. But they were... One of the phrases they said was, I feel like it's time that we possibly parted ways. And fake names, no, it wouldn't make a difference. It was, I think it's time. I've been speaking to family, friends, etc., and I think it's time that we parted ways because I don't think we're good for each other. Which I was like, what? What? What do you mean? What? I think they completely misunderstood the dynamic that we did. Wasn't sure about that one. That was a weird one. That was a really, really weird one. But that's like the milder end of the scale. And when it comes to like my experience of people who have had parasocial dynamics with me specifically. Do you know what I mean? Val and I want a divorce. Do you know what I mean? There's weird, and then there's that. That was mild, Zooty Booty. That one was actually mild. They're really, really fucking mild in comparison to some of the things that I've dealt with over the years. Like I've said before about the person that sent me a Google image of my own house, like literally found my house on. So I don't know how they found it. No idea how they found it, but they found it. They found my house, and they sent me a Google Street View image of my own house. It was just like, hey, you live here, don't you? And I was like, this is really inappropriate. This is really inappropriate. This isn't cool. You know? But that gives you like a perspective as to why I take these things really carefully. I take them really, I'm like, right, I need to make sure that I'm not putting myself or anyone else at risk when I do things like have people send me stuff and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Van, you want a divorce? I'm not surprised, Jam. I am a terrible I snore outrageously. I fart in my sleep. It's outrageous, you know? You know? On a much lighter note, but not less important note, how much tea do you have left? Oh, loads, Semba. Loads. So much tea. So much tea. Thank you very much for asking, but so much tea. Such an unreasonable amount of tea. I've got most of that, the big bag left, because Yorkshire tea, when we did the Yorkshire stream, I got given so much more tea, so much extra tea. So I have got an unreasonable amount of tea. But thank you very much for asking. I appreciate that. You mean where your house is in Burundi? That's exactly where I mean, Dean. That is it. My house in Burundi. And you were like, no. Yeah. Oh, magnesium-based wizard. Yeah. I'm always. So I understand that a parasocial situation is not necessarily the person's fault. You know, it's not necessarily their fault that they feel this way about me. And as a result of that, and it all comes down to like the fact that they get to see me, they get to hear me, they get to see all my facial expressions and what have you. They misinterpret like social signals, or they misinterpret the meaning behind some things I'm saying or something like that. It's not always their fault that they get as attached as they do, you know? So as a result, I always try and be considerate of that fact. I always try and be considerate of, and it needs to also be said that I can do that because I am a cisgender man, or very specifically because I'm a cisgender white man. Do you know what I mean? This is very much something that I have as a privilege because of the fact that I am a cisgender white man. It's much harder for anybody else. Like, I have no doubt about that fact. No doubt at all that it is much harder for anybody else. But I take the time to turn around and say, right, this is the reason why what you're doing is not okay. This is the reason why I think that you have misinterpreted some stuff and what I actually meant, so that I'm being very clear and concise. And this is what I think things should be like going forward. And sometimes it's just a case of being like, hey, you need to just back off a little bit because what you're saying is crossing my personal boundaries, and that's not okay. Sometimes it's saying, I don't think that me and my community are good for you and your mental health. So it might be worth some time just taking some time away and just seeing how things go, seeing whether you do want to come back and you actually want to be a part of part of this community on a healthy basis, you know, as opposed to the toxicity that you are feeling and also displaying. And sometimes it's a case of saying, right, I am cutting you out because you are horrifically damaging to me, my mental health, and to the people of my community. And I have been through all stages of that with many different people. You know? What a conversation join in on. How's it going, Queen Bob Drama Llama? How you doing, you beautiful bean? It's to be fair, the conversation is just a case. It started with a question about whether I've sorted out a PO box, and then it's sort of moved on a little bit to a conversation around parasocial behavior and the reason why I have to be careful. Basically, the reason why I have to be careful. It's certainly not a negative conversation, but it's more of a conversation that needs to be had for awareness purposes. You know. For all of the awareness purposes. Did they search through all of the UK to find the house that has a queue for Yorkshire tea vans outside for a constant ongoing delivery of tea? Maybe. Maybe. My poor face, fats galore. All of the fats. You know? So we skipped this yet. Probably wise, Semba. I don't think I can drink enough tea to warrant it, you beautiful bean. But thank you so much. I appreciate that. Should have spooned? Should have spooned. Recently found some good tea that keeps me very awake. I'm so happy. What tea is it, I can speak. Magnesium-based wizard. How are you doing? What tea is this? The real conversation. Certainly is. Certainly is. It's got to be said. I don't, like I said, I don't talk about all of the darker side of it because first it's nobody else's business. That's the first and foremost. Do you know what I mean? I'm not one of these people that likes to air drama. I'm not one of these people that likes to be like, oh my god, you'll never guess what they did. Then they came over and they said these things to me. It was disgusting. Let me show you the messages. I'm not like that. I'm not like that. You know? Like these situations, I'm like, cool. This is between me and this one other person. I'm not gonna fucking cast them to the fires. I'm not a name and shamer under any circumstances. That is just not the person that I am. I like to give people the ability to live their lives in whatever way that they can, and the vast majority and some of these people can't live their lives anywhere near me for my safety more than anything else, you know. But I do my best to help in whatever way I can. And then if that's not if I can see, especially now that I have had so many experiences, if I can see that there's problems, I'm like, hey, maybe you need to step away for a bit. Maybe you're what draws you to this community isn't healthy, you know. And I've said that to multiple people. For multiple different reasons, you know. How much does Santa pay for parking? Nothing. It's on the house. Oh my god, Astra. Good lord, come on now. Must be a whirlwind of a conversation to have. A lot of it actually gets very clinical. Lunicorn, how you doing, you beautiful bean? Because of, like, I have to be very careful about what I say so that A, I cannot be misinterpreted. Because one of the big things, especially when it comes to parasocial dynamics, is somebody saying something and the other person either misinterpreting it by accident or choosing to misinterpret it, you know? Like me turning around and saying, hey, look, insert individual here. I like you as part of this community. I like what you bring to the community and how you help people in the community, and or how you are always in stream, you know, or I like the way that you treat people is very kind and with respect. And I can say those as like, I like these things that I have seen of you within this community, and they could interpret it in their minds as they love me because of these qualities. They have noticed me out of everyone else. They have noticed me and the way that I treat people, the way that I am in stream. So as a result, it ends up being quite a clinical conversation, because I'm like, here are the exact ways, without bullshit and without room for you to misinterpret, how I feel about a situation. And also ways that I can guard myself in case there are ever situations where they want to blast me all over the internet. So I can be like, right, here is the exact words that I have said to be clear, honest, and concise. To the best of my ability, you know? So the conversations like that end up being very, like I say, clinical is probably the best way I can put it. It's got to be done. It's got to be done, unfortunately. I think anybody who is a content creator has to be in that state, do you know what I mean? To the bridges we burned. Cheers! Cold tea. No cheers. No cheers, but I will cheers. I will cheers in a bit. Don't be giving people ideas by discussing details. Oh yeah, no, 100%. I don't want to be giving people any ideas. Do you know what I mean? It's not my it's never my intention to cause anybody any grief. Even people I don't like. You know what I mean? Even people I don't like. Even people that I've fallen out with in major ways. I don't want to cause them any grief. I just want them to quietly leave my existence and then be fucking done with it. And I will be fine. But unfortunately, that's not always the case. That's not always the case, you know? And I know full well that there'll be members of this community over the years who have noticed like the absence of people, or they've noticed the way I behave around certain individuals or what have you, because you're keen-eyed individuals.
Subscribed.
You know?
Most kind.
My love! My darling! My sweet! I mean, I behave completely naturally. Half of you realize that I was with McSteffels long before I ever announced it. There's a perfect example of people noticing shit before it was ever a thing. Half of you knew that me and McSteffels were together before we ever officially announced it, because you people know the way that I behave about stuff. Do you know what I mean? My love, my darling, I miss your face. I realized that I saw it this morning, but I miss it. I miss it. McSteffels, my love, I will inscribe your name upon the mirror vein. 44 months. Thank you very much for choosing to use your Prime here. You could literally use it anywhere, and you choose to use it here, and I appreciate that. I really appreciate that, because you know you don't need any of the benefits that come with being a subscriber of this channel, because you have benefits to everything that comes with my existence. For those people that don't know, McSteffels is my partner. She's beautiful and glorious, and I love her very, very much. But I will inscribe your name upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. It's not a bum Snapchat, but you know, you woke up next to me this morning, so that should say everything, really. And of course you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing, to roll over every morning, push my face out of the way of the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough, but God damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy, ooh, yes, meow, you know? How you doing, my love? Can't say if you're lurking. McSteffels may well be lurking. But I appreciate you, my love. But what was I saying? Can't remember. Are we talking about parasocial behavior? Yeah. And like many of you will have noticed little bits and pieces, but as a result of you people noticing some of the issues I may have had with previous ex-members of the community, you'll know that I have no intention of airing dirty laundry. It's not the way that I am. It's not the kind of person I am. What has happened is between me and that other person, and I don't see any reason why it should involve anybody else, unless of course there is a health or safety concern with the community, and then I'll say something, because it is a health or safety concern for the community, you know? Whereas if it's just a breakdown between me and another individual, then that breakdown between like whatever situation that entails is between me and them, and it doesn't need to be anybody else's business. Doesn't need to be anybody else's business. But long story short, that is the reason why we don't have a PO box, because with some of the interactions that I have had.
It's a raid. Flee.
Oh my lordy! I'll return to this this in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, and all genders outside and between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, the preposterousness, the scandal, the outrage. Good Lord. Monty, we're good. We're good. Good Lord, you cheeky devils. Finley, how you doing, you beautiful? Monty, we're good. Monty, that's enough. That's enough, Monty. Excuse me, Monty gets very excited with the popcorn there. Finley, how you doing? How's it? Just a short raid. How was your stream? What did you get up to? Tell me all about it. Tell me all the bits and pieces. Friends, go and check out our dear friend Finley Short Stuff. Doing some Luma Island. What is Luma Island? Finley is a glorious, glorious individual, a spectacular specimen of humankind, an old friend of mine, and also a glorious member of the Octopus and Dragon community. They play a large variety of games. They do a whole load of different crafting stuff. If you enjoy cozy, comfortable environments, very safe spaces, Finley Short Stuff is a great place to go and hang out. Very, very cool and like special place to hang out. So just go and enjoy themselves. Do you know what I mean? I go and lurk because they've always got nice, cozy, comfortable vibes in there, you know? And that's what I'm all about. And they play various different games, usually like cozy style games, but they will get like the occasional like viscera cleanup type thing. Because, you know, there's nothing more cozy than cleaning up corpses for the mob, right? That is naturally what you gotta do. Do you know what I mean? Luma Island is a very cozy little game with farming, mining, and exploring. Oh, I love that. How's it going, Chunk? How you doing, cheeky devil? I love that. I'm glad that you got it. Finley, if you need to disappear off, if you need to go grab a snaffly treat, please go do so. Please look after yourself. Do what you need to do, you beautiful bean. Friends, if you're new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Faux pas, individuals. Faux pas. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, but I am a colossal filth wizard. I don't want to be corrupting the ears of the young. It's not what I'm about. No, you cheeky devil. You still a snotball, Chunk? Chunk's been very, very ill recently, you beautiful queen. You clean up corpses for the mob 1 time. Oh, really? I mean, 1 time is enough to get a reputation, Finley. All right? I know that. I know that all too well. All right? Day 1 is a week today. Was meant to be today, but someone didn't file a piece of paperwork, so it got delayed. Yeah, Chunk hasn't started the job today, which actually has worked out for the best because Chunk is very ill at the moment. Really quite ill at the moment, which means that it's good that things have been delayed. You know, that way you've got time to heal up before jumping on into the job. You know? Excuse me, friends. I did a big yawn. I've had a wonderful weekend with McStuffles, and I have to say, friends, for the first time in potentially ever, I managed to drift back off to sleep after waking up. I woke up this morning, took the boy, aka McStuffles' child, to school, got back to McStuffles' house, and immediately climbed back into bed with McStuffles, and we had a little snuggly cuddle.
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
And then I drifted up. I was in and out of sleep for a long time. I was just very, very cozy, which doesn't happen because normally I'm up and I'm awake and I'm good. I'm done. But this morning was different. This morning was different.
Subscribed. Most kind.
Junk.
It keeps telling me it's a sub of Ferrari but not triggering the alert. So happy 64 months, haha.
Happy 64 months. You are 5 months off the fabled 69. You may well be the first 69-monther. You may well be the first 69-monther. And also an anonymous gifter gifting to the ghost of Christmas ass. To be fair, to find behind. To do say so myself. But do say so myself. I will inscribe your name upon the mirror vein. Unfortunately, I have not yet cleaned this mirror. This is the next mirror. This is the mirror we're going to be using. But I haven't cleaned it down yet. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. Not even you, Christmas ass. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. You know? You know, you cheeky little devil. Gosh darn it. There it is. There it is. There it is. It shared. It did the thing. Who's the mystical beast or person is today? Lolo, how you doing, you beautiful bean? We are doing Lywd, which is the Welsh. It's a Welsh festive character. And we're going to jump into it momentarily. I do need to go and get some description of Liquid because I am out of liquid. And my voice is delightfully parched. So I do need to grab some liquid, but we'll jump into it in a second. Do you know what I mean? But thank you very much for the raid, all you beautiful raiders. Typo in the title, Lywd, not Lywd. It is a typo in the title. Thank you very much, Finley. There we go. I got all of the others right. I got it right on the thumbnail. I got it right on all of the other stuff. Did not get it right on the actual title. Fun. I've honestly yet to hear anything about the bony horse. Neither have I, to be fair. I know that it's a thing. I know it's a thing. I know it's a festive thing for the Welsh, but I don't know. I don't know much about it. We did very briefly talk about it when we were talking about Krampus, which was our Mythical Monday last December. Jesus Christ, we've been doing Mythical Mondays for a year? For a whole year? Oh my God, that is wild. That is actually wild to think that we've been doing it that long. But yeah, that's madness. That's absolute fucking madness. Very correctly and didn't even notice. Yes. Lywd. Keep seeing the meme about it this time of year. I have never seen any meme about it at all. I have not seen anything about it. In fact, the first that I really found out about it was when somebody brought it up during our Krampus discussion. We were talking about Krampus last year, and it was just like, oh yeah, like Marie Lywd. And I was like, the fucking what? What are you on about? And they were like, the horse skull. And I was like, what are you talking about? And they were like, the Welsh horse skull. I was like, I've got no fucking clue what you're referring to. What are you talking about? And that was me discovering. But as it is a Welsh festive tradition, we're going to look into it today. However, I am going to go and get up and have a cheeky little pee and grab some liquid because I need to. My throat is awful parched. My throat is awful parched, you know. So what I'll do is we only had ads like. Oh, we had ads like half an hour ago. Okay, no, that's all right. All right, never mind. I was like, we've only had ads like 5 minutes ago. We had ads like half an hour ago. If I run 3 minutes of ads now, we should get like an hour and a half without interruptions. So if I run 3 minutes of ads while I'm already gone to get liquid and what have yous, then I should be able to, yeah, that's what I'll do. Yeah. Cool. Friends, I'm gonna go visit the urination station. I'm gonna get myself some description of beverage. And I encourage you to do the same. Get up, have a stretch your eyes, look at some distance, then look back again. Grab some kind of beverage, hot, cold, or if the time is permitting, flamboyant as fuck. Don't forget to take your meds. If you haven't done it already, take them now, you cheeky little devils. And if you are wearing a binder, have a couple of deep breaths, stretch those lungs out, stretch those rib cages out, and never wear a binder longer than is medically recommended, which is what we understand to be approximately 6 hours. Yeah, Finley, go do your lurk stuff. Thank you so much for bringing your people over. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it, beautiful bean. Friends, I'm going to run 3 minutes of adverts to get them out of the way, so that people aren't going to be missing out on anything. And by the time we get back, all the adverts will be done. We'll have loads of time to talk about stuff, and we'll jump straight into the actual deep dive into Lywd. All right, so I will be back momentarily, you beautiful beans. Friends, don't go anywhere. I will see you all in a second. Cheeky devil. Thank you very much for waiting, friends. I very much appreciate it. Lugway, you do the thing. That's good. You do what you need to do. That's fun. That's grand. Thank you so much, Semba. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, buddy. But friends, we're going to look into Merry Lywd, which is a Welsh myth. I only know of Merry Lywd because of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Oh, right. Okay, that's interesting. Didn't realize that was a thing in Assassin's Creed. That's new. Hey, Lazana, how you doing, you beautiful bean? I've said hello to you already, but still. So I've said hello to you again, apparently. We need to get around to playing that. Had it for ages, still sitting in my library. I've got so many games sitting in my library that is just there. Just there. Ooh, I'll answer that in a minute. Don't know too much Welsh stuff, to be honest. Yay, learning. Yeah, neither do I. Neither do I. I know a fair amount of Celtic mythology because my heritage is of the Celts. My dad is Irish, and therefore I know a fair amount of like Irish and Scottish mythology, but Welsh mythology is all new to me. All new to me. Oh, JK. Never even started it. I mean, it's based as an Assassin's Creed game, but Viking flavor, but it's fun. Yeah. Is that like in the same dynamic that like Black Flag was an Assassin's Creed game, but it was actually just a pirate game with a bit of assassin-y stuff, you know? There's so much to it. Been playing it for a hot minute and still not done with it. Yeah. Hello again. Busy remaking my Cappy army. Your Cappy army? That's in Capybara army. Welcome back, Lolo. You were saying to say that you are Welsh. I'm from South Wales, but I don't know too much about Welsh mythology, so this should be interesting. Yeah, we'll find out. Find out what it's all about. Found Assassin's Creed Valhalla to be just an attempt of making an Assassin's Creed game without all the things that made Assassin's Creed interesting and all the things that made Ubi games terrible. That is fair. I am very, very open and honest about the fact that I gave up on Assassin's Creed game after the second part 2. Like Assassin's Creed 2 part 2. And then I was just like, yeah, this is over. Like, I enjoyed the Renaissance element of it. I enjoyed the first one because it was a brand new thing that nobody had ever really done before. And then I was just like, yeah, I'm bod. Yeah, I'm bod. You know, I own quite a few of them though. Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed Black Flag, Assassin's Creed Freedom Cry, and Assassin's Creed Origins are the ones that I personally own. Have I played any of them? No. I played 2 before, but not on, like, Steam. I played it on some description of console many moons ago. The rest of them, no idea. No idea. It was just there. You know? Anyway. Capybara, I made over a dozen. They sold out last night's market. Need to make more for the next weekend. Keep going then. You got this. Keep it going. Enjoyed working my way through the various parts of England that time. Yeah. We'll clarify. I'm not ashamed to be Welsh. Word that really badly. No, I understand what you mean. Painted Lady, you have shame for not knowing the myths of your heritage. I understand that. Brotherhood, yeah. Slowly getting tired. I love the games, but fucking hell, the lore isn't loring enough for me anymore. Yeah, no, I can understand that. Like the history tourism that they seem to be including. Want to play more Origins because of ancient Egypt, enjoying Odyssey for the Greek history. Yeah, makes sense. Fell off the series a lot during the foot race in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. The controls would just randomly throw me up a wall, and I have honestly not picked up an Assassin's Creed game for years until recently. Still impressed. That's fair. That is entirely fair. You know, everyone is entitled to their opinion, and I know that some people fucking love them, and some people are like, yeah, you know. How's it going, Kismet? Hello, you cheeky devil. Heard a few things. This one should be fun. Yeah, well, we're just about to jump into it. How's it going, Crazy 8? Hello, you cheeky devil. We are literally just about... You've joined us just at the right time. Music, pause. You've joined us just at the right time because we are about to jump into Merry Lywd. So, for those people that don't know, every month we do a Mythical Mondays. I didn't do one in November, and that was really bad of me. Naughty me. I didn't do one in November, but that was the first month we've missed one in like a year and a bit. Like nearly... 15 months or something like that. I think it's about that. So didn't do one in November, but other than that, we've done like 15 months worth of Mythical Mondays. Mythical Mondays is where we take a myth and or legend, very specifically a creature from a myth and or legend, and we deep dive into the origins of that myth and or legend. We find out where they came from, what spawned the legend. We've done vampires, werewolves, witches, succubus, the devil, ghosts. We've done leprechauns, unicorns, mermaids, the curse of the mummy, zombies, the devil himself. We have done all kinds of different things, and the vast majority of them are available on my VODs and Vanity YouTube channel if you want to check them all out. At some stage during 2025, I really want to sit down and gather all of my notes and make like a concise video on each of them, just being like, right, okay, Mythical Mondays, here we're deep diving into the origins of this thing and looking really into the deep dives of those. Thank you very much, Nibir. And if you want to check out the previous Mythical Mondays, yeah, there is a playlist in there that has them all. I think it starts with vampires and then works its way through. There are a couple missing from there because I was really, really bad with my VODs, and a couple of them expired before I had the chance to highlight them and move them over and stuff like that. So unfortunately, a couple are missing, but I will still gather all of the information and try and, like I said, in 2025, one of my many projects that I want to do is to like amalgamate all of the information that we have on it into like a 30 to 40 minute video that'll deep dive the entire history of each one of those things. That's something that I want to do. I want to basically make a series, like a more concise, informative, not informal, informative video of each of the things. So we will eventually do one about the Lywd, which is what we're doing today. Okay, so this is the myth or legend that we are exploring. The Lywd is a Welsh tradition. I don't know fucking anything about it other than the fact that it has a horse's skull. They celebrate it around this time of year, and they celebrate it around this time of year, and it's a horse's skull with white drapey cloak, and it usually has some kind of like flowers or colorful headdress. That's all I really know. How's it going, Kismet? How you doing? So this is all going to be new to me. This is all going to be completely new to me, all right? But it is a festive tradition that they have in Wales, in the valleys. Because why wouldn't we do this? Very festive. A horse's skull. Well, that's the bit that really blows my mind. Like, I understand the vast majority of festive stuff. I understand, like, the origins of Krampus, because we did Krampus last December, and we looked into all those dynamics. But, like, there's a difference between, like, a monstrous creature, like Krampus was, which is, like, a spiritual dynamic. Then you've got the other side of things, which is like the festive side of things, which is like all Santa and all that jazz. Do you know what I mean? All the ho 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 colors and cuteness and magic. And then in between all of that, we have a horse's skull. And everyone's really jolly. From all the pictures that I've seen of the Lywd, like everyone's very jolly. Everyone's very happy. So to have everyone being super unbelievably happy and joyous when there's a horse's skull being paraded around is really unsettling to me. It's just I don't get it. I don't understand it. I'm not sure. So we're gonna find out, all right? So our first source is Wales.com. Literally going to the source country of the Lywd. To find out where we're at. I've pulled up various different sources as per usual, we're going to deep dive and find out where it all comes from and stuff. But it says here, the Lywd, in the darkest months of the Welsh year, a white horse appears. The mysterious, menacing Lywd. One of the most eerie midwinter traditions, and uncovers the origins and regional variations of the Lywd. Oh, there are regional variations? Okay, interesting. So it says here, you'll never forget the moment you first see a Marie Lywd. She had, so they are gendered. Okay. She has lights or baubles for eyes. Her mane is made of colourful streamers or holly and ivy. A white cloak falls from her skull, which is attached to a pole, which is held by a person inside it. They control the character's mischievous nature, often snapping their bony jaws. Let me pull up a picture of the Marie Lywd so that you can all see what we're looking at here, okay? That's a good picture. Ooh, that's also a good picture, though. That's like a more traditional version. Let me pull it up so that everyone can see. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. So everyone can see. It's a happy creature. I don't know. I'm not sure. Mischievous, it says here. Mischievous. So these ones have got, like, streamers and stuff for a mane. Colorful eyes. And this seems to be a genuine, an actual horse's skull. Like, I'm not talking like it's been replaced over her mane is made of streamers. Yep, they stapled me in there. It was me, Dapper Dame, Selena, Peachy Pixel 8, especially Peachy, being a Welsh streamer, you know. Misuki also, first and foremost, all in the main here. And they also seem to have some kind of leathery tongue with a star on it. But these seem to be like, these aren't like skulls that have been manufactured. These are like genuine skulls of horses. They use genuine horses' skulls. It's interesting to look at. Trigger warning for bones and skulls. Yeah, we should have probably done that. We probably should have done that. But you get the idea. You get the idea. That's what they look like. But they look like that with like a white cloak. There was another picture here which looked far more intimidating. Far more intimidating. A wandering creature of the Fae. Because this one looks far scarier. Can I do this? There we go. Took me a while to get there, but we got there. This one is evidently, I mean, the size of this horse's skull is far more accurate to some of the horses that were definitely used in ye olde days of the United Kingdom. Like big, fucking heavy set ones. That is a bold skull, and that looks far more intimidating, it has to be said. That looks far more intimidating than the ones that I previously showed you, you know? Yeah, I know. But, yeah. So that is Marie Lywd. That's what we're looking at, okay? That's what we are, the dynamic we are looking at here, okay? What does Marie Lywd mean? The origins of the Marie's name are, like the horse herself, deeply mysterious. One Welsh translation of it is grey mare. Connects it to the heritage of a pale horse in Celtic and British mythology, many of whom can cross over to the underworld. For example, in the myth Rhiannon and in the Mabinogion rode a white horse, which is evidently a Celtic myth that I am not familiar with. You know, they are beautiful for sure. Or they can be. In other translations for Marie Lywd, is just some description of grey mare. Some scholars have linked her to the legend connecting... Oh, my lord. This is not well written. Some scholars have linked her to a legend that is connected to the nativity story. A pregnant horse sent out of the stables when Mary arrived to have baby Jesus. She spent dark days roaming the land, trying to find somewhere new to have a foal. Many Marie fans believe the character to have come from pre-Christian pagan origins. However, this is impossible to prove, but there's definitely something timelessly terrifying about her. That's a really interesting dynamic. How's it going, Sway? How you doing? That's a really interesting dynamic.
Flee!
Oh my lordy. Rosefog evening, relieved to see some familiar faces. What are we chatting? We're talking about Marie Lywd. But first, ladies and gentlemen and all genders outside in between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders. Throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who do they think they are? The absolute audacity. Mythical, you cheeky little devil, you. All of your little flamingos with their flamingo fever coming in here, getting all up in our business. How very dare you. Monty! That's more than enough popcorn, thank you very much. How you doing? How you doing, you beautiful being? Welcome on in. Thank you very much for bringing all you people over here. What were you up to today? What were you up to? Tell me all about it. Friends, if you're new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Faux pas, individual. Faux pas. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal filth wizard. I don't want to be corrupting the ears of the young. It's not what I'm about. Not what I'm about. The Sim Apocalypse Challenge. Oh, yes. The most stressful game ever. How are you getting on with it? How's it getting Biohazard? How are you doing, cheeky devil? How are you getting on with it? People go and check out Mythical. Mythical is a wonderful, wonderful, glorious, phenomenal human being. Big, fiery performer. Plays with fire a lot. Not on stream, but they do a lot of like events, entertainment, breathing fire and dancing with fire and throwing fire at nasty people. They are glorious and spectacular, but recently I've been playing a lot of Sims with various different mods, or very specifically the Apocalypse mod. You know, we have 6 Sims in the house and only 1 sink. Oh my god, that sounds bold, but that sounds like that sink is getting a lot of action. You know. That is I would struggle in that household. Am I still one of the characters, Vithica? Am I still one of the characters? Because I feel like my character would be at the sink all the time, making sure that I can be nice and cleansed. Fuck these people and their need to drinking water. Fuck that. No, I need to clean my gooch. Do you know what I mean? Those be the ways. Those be the ways. Today, friends.
You subscribed.
Kindred.
Most kind.
Hello, Valen, old bean.
Hello.
I hope you are well and being kind to yourself. These pictures remind me of M. Night Shyamalan's The Village. I could be wrong. It has been a while since I've seen that movie. I've missed the popcorn throwing.
All of the popcorn throwing, Kindred. You beautiful means. I have not seen the Village. M. Night Shyamalan's The Village. I honestly couldn't tell you whether that has anything to do with Marie Lywd or not. But thank you very much for coming in for the 32 months, you beautiful individual. I will inscribe your name upon the mirror vein. I can't do it to this one because I have still yet to clean it down. I still need to clean it down, god damn it. But I've had a really busy week last week, all right? I had a really busy week. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? The Village is a classic. The mirror is so full. This is, so when a mirror is full, we write all the names from this into the Grimoire of Vane, which is the little blue book down here. Which I've already done. I've already written all the names from this mirror into the book. And then I clean the mirror down so that we can reuse the mirrors, because I have no more wall space for mirrors. No more wall space for mirrors, okay? But I will be cleaning this down and I will be updating it first thing tomorrow. I have to go and pick up 3 boxes of unknown things, but I should be able to do that as well as do this. I should be able to get it all done. I should be able to get it done. I was also meant to be meeting a friend of mine tomorrow night, but unfortunately they are unwell, so I'm not able to do that. So that gives me a little bit of extra time. A little bit of extra time to do other bits and pieces, you know? Yeah, no. Needs to go to find some dinner. No worries, Bob Bushman. No worries, you beautiful bean. We get a bathroom from Romance Consultant, but we need a radio to do that one. And then we set a radio from a musician. It's restricted by an actor, actress. Oh my God, that sounds exhaustingly complicated, Vithiga. I'm glad that you're doing it and not me. I'm glad you're doing it and not me. By the way, Vithiga and all your beautiful people that have raided in here, if you need to disappear off, excuse me, if you need to disappear off, you need to go grab a snaffly treat, you need to go do some bits and pieces, please go do so. Please do what you need to do. All right, please go do what you need to do. And I will more than happily entertain you. We are doing a deep dive today, friends. We are doing Mythical Mondays. Mythical Mondays is where we deep dive the myth or legend of a very specific type of creature. We've done vampires, we've done werewolves, we've done zombies, we've done the devil, we've done leprechauns, we've done all kinds of things. And today we are doing Lywd, which is a horse-skulled fae creature from Wales. But it's a festive fae creature, and we're just deep diving into those things, you know. Thinking of making you the romance consultant now. Do it. I'm more than happy to be a romance consultant. Do it. Get on board. I've been literally last week was doing sex education courses, so I mean, I am more educated than the vast majority of people, you know, at least in the realms of romance and coital engagement. I think The Village was a fairly good Shyamalan movie. I feel he spoiled his own ending through a bad editing towards the end. That tends to be a case for an awful lot of movies, unfortunately. Unfortunately, as the case may be. Calandra, hello, you two doll. They knock on your door and you have to sing. You have a singing competition. Well, I don't know anything about it, Calandra, so this is all news to me. We are now going to find out more about it for sure. There's a whole load of horse stuff in Celtic culture. The Obby Oss in Cornwall. The other hobby horses, yes. Rutherford evening, relieved to see some familiar faces. What we chatting? Yeah, Sway, we are deep diving the origins of Lywd, which is a horse-skulled fae creature from Wales. From Wales. Mini Micro, hello, you cheeky devil. That would be way better than I. Are you currently the romance consultant, Mini Micro? Is that what's going on here? You got to meet one when you were living in Wales? No way. Well, this is the thing. I don't know anything really about it. So we were just talking about where the name comes from, or what Lywd is. And what's really interesting is many people, like, the old pagan practices are nearly impossible to identify. So pre-Christian practices, like religious practices of the Celtic people and what have you, it's hard to know what they did or didn't believe because no one wrote anything down. Everything was like word of mouth. Everything passed down through word of mouth. Nobody ever like made chronicles or anything like that until the Romans came in and basically chronicled what they saw of the pagan practices. But the problem with that was the fact that they took a very biased view. These are things that I've learned over the past like year. The Romans took a very biased view. This was long before Christianity. This was just when the Romans invaded like the UK and what have you. They took a really biased view on the practices of these pagan peoples. You know, they were just like, oh well, they're obviously nowhere near as advanced or intellectual as us because we are philosophers. We have these great pantheon of gods. We are obviously superior because we're organized. We bring civilization, etc. The arrogance of humanity, as per usual. So it's really hard to know a lot of the origins when it comes to these old Celtic sort of dynamics. But what's really interesting is what we have learned in that last little section. So I'll read the statement again, okay? In other translate, this is from Wales.com. So literally the country of origin. Another translation for Lywd is Grey Mare. Some scholars have linked her to a legend connected to the nativity story, a pregnant horse sent out of the stables when Mary arrived to have Jesus. She spent dark days roaming the land trying to find somewhere to have her have a foal. Which I find really, really fascinating because we know after our last one after the last deep dive that we did, which was on, remind myself, well, when we were looking into the origins of Halloween itself, when we were looking into the origins of the festival of Halloween, we discovered that the Christians basically took over. When they took over a place, they adopted whatever local traditions there were and like basically amalgamated them into Roman traditions. Not just Roman traditions, but also Christian traditions, which I find really, really interesting to turn around and be like, okay, here is a thing where they're like, oh yeah, Marie Lywd. Yeah, what, that was the horse that had to leave the stable because baby Jesus was being born in the stable and then it wandered around. Also, the fact that the pregnant horse sent out of the stable when Mary arrived to have baby Jesus. Finding that really, really interesting because that is also a way of metaphorically within the realms of metaphor, within the realms of symbolism of these stories, like pushing out the pagan practices, saying, hey, this pagan practice had to leave because Christianity was about to commence. They had to leave the stable. The metaphor behind, like, hey, now that Christianity is here in the United Kingdom, now that Christianity is here in Britannia, the pagan traditions have to leave. They have to go out. Yeah. No, Marie Lywd was the horse that was in the stable before Mary turned up. And then when Mary arrived, they realized that they needed to leave because Christianity was about to happen, because baby Jesus was about to be born. Yeah, you see? Really, like, that's my speculation. That is my speculation. That's what I'm getting. I'm not getting this from Wales.com. That's me reading this and being like, actually, there's quite a bit of nuance in there. In just that little statement. It's like, oh, well, this was related to this. Like, there's quite a bit of nuance in that little bit of dynamic. Do you know what I mean? And this is how you think. Yeah. He was thinking of making you one first, yeah, me micro. But the thing is, I'm not a romantic person. Make me one. I'll do it. I'm a romantic person. I'm nauseatingly lovey-dovey. Wasn't Marie Lywd your costume at the Devil's Parlor? Similar look, but my skull beast was more carnivorous than horsey. Yeah. To be fair, I don't know. We're still going to explore a little bit more about what kind of creature. We know that they're mischievous. That's all we really know at this moment in time, and that Christians didn't like them. That's what happens with every pagan Slavic thing around here, rebranded into Christian holidays. Oh yeah, magnesium-based wizard, 100%. Well, when we looked into the origins of like Halloween, that was like a keen thing. That was like one of the major aspects of it. It was just like, oh, well, the Christians came over and went, oh, you celebrate this stuff too? Oh, how convenient. We also, quick, Nigel, scrub out the calendar. We now celebrate Saints Day in November. I know it's meant to be in May, but November. We celebrate it too. We celebrate like the end of the... Nigel, quickly, rub out the calendar. We celebrate it too. Isn't that convenient? Well, I tell you what, why don't we celebrate together? You celebrate with us. We'll celebrate with you. It'll be great. Yeah, 100%. 100%. You know? I want to learn Welsh so bad because A, it'd be a cool skill to have, but also B, to go there around Christmas time and rap battle a yassified horse skull on the stick piloted by 10 guys. Yeah. If that's what happens, I don't know. This is all new to me. Pagan practices still survived within Christianity, like feasting on graves in certain countries' areas. Totally a pagan. Yeah. Well, the Yule log, Masasha. The fact that Christmas is in December. They worked out, by the way, that if, based on the star alignment that was recorded within the Bible, that was said to have been recorded within the Bible, based on the star alignment, Jesus was probably born sometime in late June, early July, if Jesus existed. And I was like, are you fucking shitting me? And they were like, nope, there they are. That is the current prediction. If Jesus Christ existed as a person, as a human being, based on what they have said, based on the knowledge of the story that we have, the most likely time and the era and the star alignment based in the time that it was, that Jesus will have been born late June, early July. And then the battle by saying nay and dropping the mic as Jesus would have wanted, Lamp, as Jesus would have wanted naturally. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. They basically changed the whole thing of Christmas to December because of paganism, because of like the Yule log. Like, there's no pine trees in Jerusalem. I have to throw this out there. There's no pine trees in Jerusalem. You know, that ain't a thing. That ain't a thing. So yeah. That's the whole thing. There was a documentary many like fucking decade or so ago that was like about if Jesus was a real person, what would they have been like? What would they have looked like? What they have sounded like? What would they have done for a living? What would they have like? Where would they have been born? What star sign would they be? Like, basically taking all of the knowledge that is told to us from religious texts and putting it to the history of science that we understand today, which is fascinating. Do you know what I mean? 4th of July is Jesus Day. Oh my lordy. Oh my lordy. Right. What does Marie Lywd do? Marie is taken around a village traditionally, often between Christmas Day and the 12th night. So that's 12 days after Christmas. That's a whole thing in and of itself, the whole 12 days of Christmas.
Subscribed. Most kind.
Mandel, bro.
Boo.
Oh my god. You scared me. You scared me, you cheeky devil. I will inscribe your name upon the mirror vein. I'm not going to do it now because this one is full, as you can see. And by having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. 47 months, that is preposterous. That is preposterous, all right?
Yeah, you subscribed.
Hurricane with the prime as well.
Kind.
You just put it down. I did put it down, Hurricane, confound you. God damn it. I've just said it, but I'll say it all very quickly again. Very, very quickly, all right? By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough, but goddamn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. You know? Yeah, cheeky devil. Thank you very much for coming in with your prime and choosing to use your prime here. You could use it anywhere else, but you choose to use it here, and I appreciate that. What about the blood of Christ, body of Christ?
Yeah,
was that extrapolated from some pagan ritual? Haven't thought of that.
Kind.
Dr. K. The blood of Christ and the body of Christ is no. That's not a thingy. That's based on the Last Supper. That's based on the Last Supper, which is not a, to my knowledge, is not a pagan tradition or anything like that. It's very much a Christian thing. But it's Christian symbolism, which is not, unsurprisingly, not vampirism or cannibalism. It's the dynamic of taking on the faith in a more literal, it's like a physical proof of the faith, etc. But I'm not going to get into that, but it is a thing, you know. Dr. K, thank you very much for giving that up to pick it up. God damn it. By having a name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But god damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. You know? Move over Eminem. Val may be coming for the next rap god. The thing with Eminem is Eminem can make them up off the top of his head, whereas I can't. That's all rehearsed shit. Do you know what I mean? It's funny because in Orthodox tradition, we celebrate Christmas on the 7th of January because of the old calendar. It doesn't align with anything anymore. Yeah. It's a really interesting one. So that's like the 12th day of Christmas, isn't it? So the whole thing with like Christmas being on the 25th of December and then having 12 days of Christmas afterwards. Like many people, especially in this day and age, think that the song The 12 Days of Christmas, on the first day of Christmas my true love gave to me A partridge in a pear tree. Like that whole thing was like in the lead up to Christmas. It's like, oh, it leads up to Christmas. It's like they start on like the 12th and they work their way to the 24th and they all, it's like an Advent thing. Do you know what I mean?
Most kind.
Dr. K, confound you. And they think it's like an Advent thing, but it's not. It's the 12 days after Christmas. It starts on the 25th and it goes straight through to the 6th of January, if I remember correctly. And then the 7th is the Orthodox belief of when the Christmas is, to my knowledge. Well, you've just confirmed me, so yes. Thank you very much, Dr. K, for giving that sub to Pick It Up, Put It Down. By having on it upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, cheeky devil, and of course you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good? Oh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know, you cheeky little devil, you. Confound thee. Thank you very much, Dr. K. Okay, we're talking about Marie Lywd. All right, confound thee. As with many things disputed, but some indications do point to adopted traditions of the Mithras cult. The cult of Mithras, fucking hell. That's a name I haven't heard in a very, very, very long time. There's also the oldest religion. Which I now can't think of. But it is another Middle Eastern religion. I'm sure it begins with a Z. I want to say Zionist, but I don't think the Zionist is something completely fucking different. But I'm sure it begins with a Z. Can't remember. Cannot remember. The Mithraic traditions include symbolic consumption of blood and flesh. So do a lot of the ancient Hindu. Zoroastrianism. Yes, exactly. Zoroastrian. Thank you so much, Magnesium-based wizard. Yeah. So according to my knowledge, Zoroastrian is one of the oldest religions. However, it's contested with Hinduism as the oldest practiced religion to our knowledge. Anyway. Or more specifically, the oldest religion that is still practiced today. You know, first known Western monotheistic religion. Okay. Interesting. I don't know too much about the Zoroastrianism, but I do know that a lot of the religions a lot of religious practices that we see in modern religion, in modern day religion, stem originally or certainly seem to have their roots in Zoroastrianism, in the Zoroastrian religion, to my knowledge. Anyway, what does Marie Lywd do? Moving forward a few centuries to Celtics, all right, to the Celts, in Wales, of all places. Marie is taken around a village traditionally, often between Christmas Day and the 12th night. She is dressed with festive lights and decorations, and is usually accompanied by an ostler. An ostler? Okay. And in some regions, like Stragenlays, in Swansea Valleys, other folk characters like the Jester and the Lady. Oh, right, okay, so there's an entire story here. So you've got like the Marie Lywd with the ostler, and then some places add a Jester and a Lady. This brings the tradition closer together with the Mummers plays, a tradition of performance by the working classes in the 18th century. When the groups get to a house, they sing Welsh language songs or wassail, or more traditionally indulge in a ritual called, I'm going to butcher some of these Welsh words here, but I think it's Winca. Opwinco, which is PWNCO. I'll put it in chat so you all know what it is. Winca? Winca? Something like that. An exchange of rude rhymes with the person that lives there. If the Marie and her gang get entry, the household is said to have good luck for the year. The Mari is well known to be mischievous, trying to steal things and chase people that she likes as she goes about her bidding. So they're trying to get... So the Lywd appears at somebody's house. They knock on the door. They either sing songs in the Welsh language, or they have a rebuttal of rude rhymes. Punco, thank you very much. They have a rebuttal of rude rhymes. They'll say a rude rhyme and you've got to say a rude rhyme back, which is where that rap battle you were talking about earlier comes in. The rap battle with the horse. And in order to try and gain entry to your house, by allowing the Mari Lywd and the Mari Lywd's party into your house, you get good luck for the year. You gain good luck because you have allowed a fey creature into your household. However, the price of that, because everything has a price, especially in the old Celtic traditions, the price of that good luck is there is a good chance that the Mari Lywd may steal something. They may steal something. They may half-inch some stuff or cause some kind of chaos. Let the party horse in. Party horse. Punco. Short sound like hot. Okay, punco. Thank you very much. The rude rhymes and joke stories, the bit I've heard before from Welsh friends. Okay, interesting. Very, very interesting. Where did the tradition begin? The first written record of the Mari Lywd is in J. Evans' book from 1800s, A Tour Through Parts of Northern Wales. Although the tradition is best known for its practice in Glamorgan and Gwent, it has similarities to other hooded animal customs in Britain, like the hoodening in Kent, the Broad in the Cotswolds, and the Old Tup in Derbyshire. Which involved a group of poor people trying to find food and money in the harsh depths of winter. Entertainment was their method, with a side portion of menace and that dead horse's skull appearing in the shadows at your door. So they would use entertainment and intimidation tactics in order to gain entry. So it used to be a much broader tradition across the United Kingdom, or more specifically England and Wales, and has condensed itself down to the Welsh, as it were. You know? Party horse, party horse, party horse. Exactly. Gwent is near where my aunt used to live. I'd actually give away some stuff, so welcome on in. Yeah, exactly. I got loads of stuff. I got loads of shit that nobody needs. I've got plenty of fucking tripods and cables and shit. The Mari Lywd is welcome in my house. They can go and take some of my shit away. That'd be great. Okay, so the tradition started to change. Welsh Methodists and other Christian nonconformists criticized the Mari Lywd in the 19th century. The Blaenau Gwent Gwent-based Baptist minister, Reverend William Roberts, called her sinful in his 1852 book, The Religion of the Dark Ages, although he also transcribed 20 verses of the Mari's performance, helping to disseminate the tradition. In the 1930s and the 40s, Welsh folklorist Iorwerth Pete, I believe it is, found the practice still alive in Cardiff, Bridgend, and Lywd. I think it's Lywd, Neath, and other parts of Glamorgan, despite the fears that it was starting to die. The Welsh poet Vernon Watkins even wrote a long poem about her in 1941, The Ballad of Mari Lywd, after hearing a radio broadcast about the ritual in a village just north of Cardiff. His words beautifully captured the Mari Lywd's frightening aspect. The living are... Oh, wait, no, I want to read the entire poem now. I want to read the entire poem. If there's a poem, we've got to find the entire poem. Oh, fucking hell. It's huge. It is fucking massive. It's 19 pages long. It's 19 pages long. Nineteen A4 pages. I'll read you the prologue, all right? Lywd, horse of frost, star horse, and white horse of the sea, is carried to us. The dead return. Those exiles carry her. They who seem holy and have put on corruption. They who seem corrupt and have put on holiness. They strain against the door. They strain towards the fires which fosters and warms the living who have cast them out from their own fear of themselves, into the outer loneliness of death, rejected them and cast them out forever. The living cringe and warm themselves at the fire, striking from that loneliness, that singleness of heart. The living are defended by the rich warmth of the flames, which keeps out that loneliness. Terrified, they hear the dead tapping at the panes. Then they rise up, armed with the warmth of firelight and condition of scorn. It's the New Year's night. Midnight is burning like a taper. In an hour, less than an hour, in less than an hour, it will be blown out. It is in this moment of conscience, the living moment, the dead moment. Listen. In a pitch black darkness, a long table laid with white cloth, a door on stage right. Oh, so this was like for some description of production of this poem. A door on stage right, a broad window next to it, the two loads of a pendulum. When light comes, it is so contrived as to throw their shadows to the extreme ends of the room. Between these ends, stylistic figures whose movement exaggerate human movements. A skull may be suggested at one shadow limit of the pendulum, and a fillet at the other. Okay, that is just the beginning, all right? That is the setup of the poem. That's not even going into it itself, all right? Can fling it into ChatGPT and ask it to draw like 15 crucial bullet points of overall text. Could you imagine? Sounds very haunting. Yeah, this is really interesting because from what we have learned so far of the Lywd is that they are like a playful character. They go around very playfully before the turning of the year, which is interesting because we know that the old Celtic turn of the year was between was the end of October, because the Celtic traditions believed that the world was dark before the light came, which means that the darkest months are the beginning of the year, and the end of the year is the middle of the year is spring into summer, and then the autumn is where the year is dying off again, and at the end of autumn, which they used to believe was sometime around the end of October, was like the reason why we have Halloween. That whole thing of the deep dive in Halloween was that whole situation. That was the end of the Celtic year, the beginning of the new year, when the year started afresh with everything being dark again. So it's interesting to see that this is a different pagan. This isn't Celtic. This is a different pagan belief that sees this being the new year. This, like, December being the end of the year and January being the beginning of it. Would you like me to read the poem? That is the question. New Paul. Poetry time. Yay. Nay. We'll make it 2 minutes. Start, Paul. Go for it. Channel points are all 19. Was it 19 pages? Yeah, 19. 19. It is a long one, but I reckon I could get through it relatively quickly. I reckon it'd take a couple of minutes. Do you know what I mean? You missed a chance to make it Nate. No, I didn't, Razotta. I saw that chance and specifically ignored it. I saw that chance and stepped the fuck away. All right. While you're deciding, let me go back and see what's going on here. So, the Welsh poet Vernon Watkins wrote a long poem. Yeah, fucking too, right? It's a long poem. After hearing a radio broadcast about the ritual in a village just north of Cardiff. His words were beautifully captured in the Marie Lywd's frightening aspect. It's got a couple of captions here, but I don't want to read them in case you decide you want to do it. Only a few Marie processes were left around by the 1960s, including the what was it? Pencor, near Bridgend, and Pentraeth near Cardiff. But later that century, the Landstrand folks, not the Landstrad, that's something from Dune. The Landstrand folk club revived the tradition, as did a family in Llangwynedd, near Maesteg, who still visit the old house inn in the village with their Mary today. 3 generations of landlords have now hosted the Marie Lywd tradition. 77% of you said you wanted me to read it, versus 23% of you said no. Okay, no worries. We can do that. It will only take me a couple of minutes, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. The other popular celebrations also happen in New York. Oh, no, excuse me. Let me use my eyes to read the words. Other popular celebrations also happen in the New Year's at Chepstow after a break in 2020. The Gelanin Chapel on Mountainside near various different places. Okay, cool. Also popping up in the local midwinter event, Lantern Festival, and the wassails near their baubles glowing in their eyes as a tradition, the tradition shining the new life. So don't have any nightmares. Let yourself be taken in by the darkness and go with Marie Lywd to the light. Interesting. Okay, so that's the end of that one. Let me do this one now. Okay, so you ready? Get some atmosphere in here. Ooh, yes, atmosphere. That's what it's all about. Maybe this is too much atmosphere. It'll be fun. Midnight. Hark at the hands of the clock. Now dead men rise in the frosts of the stars, and fists on the coffins knock. They dropped in their graves without one sound. Then they were steady and stiff. But now they tear through the frost of the ground, as heretic, drunkard, and thief. Why should you fear, though they might pass, ripping the stitch of grief? The white sheet under the frosted glass, crisp and still as a leaf. Or look through sockets that were once eyes, at the table and white cloth spread. The terrible picklock charities raise the erected dead. Under your walls they gnaw like mice. Virtue is unmasked. The hands of the clock betray your vice. They give what none has asked. For they have burrowed beneath the graves and found what the good gave most. Refuse cast by the righteous waves in fossil wraith and ghost. Chalice and wafer, wine and bread, and the picklock tread. Midnight, hark at the hands of the clock. Good men gone are evil become, and the men that you nailed down, clamped in the darkness, clamour for rum, and ravished on the beds of down. The vision your light denied them, laid above the neglected door. and the chattering speech of skull and spade beckons the banished poor. Locked out lepers, with hallows come, put out the clock is dumb. Midnight, 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 hark at the hands of the clock. The breath of a numb thing, loud and faint, something found and lost. The minutes drop in the minute glass. Conscience counts the cost. What mounted murderous thing goes past the room of Pentecost? Sinner and saint, a horse's head in the frost. Midnight, 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 midnight. Hark at the hands of the clock. What shudders free from the shroud so white, stretched by the hands of the clock? What is the sweat that springs in the hair? Why do the knee joints knock? Bones of the night in the naked air knock, and you hear that knock. Midnight, 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 hark at the hands of the clock. A knock of the sand on the glass of the grave, a knock of the sands of the shore, a knock of the horse's head on the wave, a beggar's knock on the door, a knock of a moth on the pane of light, in the beat of the blood of a knock. Midnight, 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 hark the hands of a clock. The sand in the glass, the shrinking sands, and the picklock, picklock, picklock hands. Midnight, 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 midnight. Hark the hands of the clock. Fasten the yard gate, bolt the door, and let the great fat drip. The roar that we love is the frying pan's roar on the flames like a floating ship. The old nick will keep the flies from our sheep, the tick, the flea, and the louse. Open the flagons, uncork the deep beer of this bolted house. Unseen fingers are aching now. Hark at the pendulum's chain. Out of the night they have pulled the plough, pulled the dead man's wain. Bones of the dead are clattering, clinking, pulling the plough from the shore. Dead men's fingers are feeling, knocking, knocking now on the door. Midnight, 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 hark the hands of the clock. Crammed with food the tables creak, the dogs grow fat on the crumbs. God bless our board that springs no leaks, and here are no ruffians come. No beggars itching with jackdaws' eyes, no fox on the trail of food. No man with the plague from the hangman's rise, no jay from the dead man's wood. Chalice and wafer that bless the dead, and picklock, picklock, picklock tread. Midnight, 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 hark the hands of the clock. Bones of the dead should come on their knees under a pilgrim's cloak. But out in the dark what devils are these that have smelt our kitchen smoke? Listen, listen, who comes near? What man with a price on his head? What load of dice, what leer in the beer has pulled your steps from the dead? Midnight, 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 hark the hands of the clock. Starving we come from Grufyd Bryn, and the great meal we have lost. We might have stayed by the fire of the inn, sheltered from the frost. And there a sweet girl stood and spread the table with good things. Felon full beer with a mountain's head, and a pheasant with hungry wings. Midnight, 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 hark the hands of the clock. There were jumping sausages, roasting pies, and long loaves in the bin. A stump of carefilly to rest our eyes, and a barrel rolling in. But dry as the grave from Grufyd Bryn, we are come without one rest. And now you must let our Mary in, she must inspire your feast. Midnight, 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 hark the hands of the clock. For she knows all from the birth of the flood to this moment where we stand, in terrible frost that binds the blood, in cramp that claws the hand. Give us rhyme for rhyme through the wood of the door, then open the door if you fail. Our wit is come from the sea waves' roar, the stars and the stinging hail. Midnight, 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 hark the hands of the clock. Go back, we have heard of dead men's bones that hunger out in the air. Jealous they break through their burial stones, their white hands joined in prayer. They rip the seams of their proper white clothes, and with red throats parched for gin, with buckled knuckles and bottleneck oaths, they hammer the door of an inn. Sinner and saint, a horse's head in the frost. O pity us, brother, through the snow and the rain. We are come from Harlech's weave. Tall spears were laid on the mountain. We hid in the warriors' caves. We were afraid when the sun went down. When the stars flashed, we were afraid. The small light showed us Malineth's town, and bent on our knees we prayed. Midnight, 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 midnight. Hark the hands of the clock. That's 6 pages out of the 19. Do you want me to keep going? Okay, it's black and white scream. That's like page 6 out of 19. No, entirely fair. Entirely fair. That is grand. That works. That works. All of the drama. All of the drama. Funny hearing you vetch the Welsh place names, but forgive you because you're sexy. Oh, I appreciate that, because I do not know how to pronounce the Welsh, because a lot of Welsh in tradition, and I say in tradition, like in like the text you will see like on the internet and in books and stuff like that, is using the English alphabet for Welsh names. And therefore, I have got no idea how to properly pronounce anything by any stretch of the imagination. So, yeah, to you Welsh people, to you people that know Welsh, you will have to excuse my absolute butchering of your language, you know? You know, a lot of knocking. Do you know what I mean? Someone has a clock obsession. Well, it's really interesting. I mean, we only read 6 pages out of 19 there. But what's really interesting is that poetry portrays it as like a horror story. Like, that was giving the same vibes that like The Woman in Black gives, you know? There's a lot of fear and dead and frost everyone's trying to hide. Yeah, exactly. And which is not what we have done. Can I put it in Discord? Yes, I certainly can. I certainly can. Books and reading. Let's do it in there. There you go. Literaryballadarchive.com. But yeah. Oh, so good though, yeah. Oh, I appreciate that. Some of the ones you said are tricky, to be fair. But it's because you get like I know that like 2 L's together is rich. Or something like that. There's some really interesting pronunciations with them. Welcome on in, Milky Pork. How you doing? Also giving me the Raven vibes. Yeah, I did a rendition of the Raven a long time ago. A long time ago. Is that still around? A theatre company paid me to do one for during the pandemic. They paid me to do a rendition of the Raven.
was in the bleak December.
Oh my god. Whoo! That's an old one. That's an old one. Your reading blanket is the Raven. I've done the Raven quite a few times. I should probably do it again sometime. But anyway. You love the Raven? Yeah. 5p. I mean, that is a very squished 5p you got there, Milky Pock. Very squished. Very squished. Anyway, but that's really interesting, the fact that the poem gives off this air of the fact that the Marie Lywd is a ghost of death, is almost like a creeping Grim Reaper, or maybe the horse of the Grim Reaper, and the people that are with them, the ostler, if I remember correctly, an ostler is a horse tender. A man employed to look after the horses of people staying in an inn. Okay, so yeah, a man, a horse tender, somebody who tends the horses. So you got your ostler, your lady, and your jester, and the idea that they are sinners who have been cast out of heaven, and they are to roam the land with death's horse, this spirit of death, you know. Love to hear you read the Jabberwocky sometime. I wouldn't mind doing a bit more spoken word stuff, but there's a fair amount out there under a ghostwriting name. Is that all still out there? I went through a phase a while back of recording some stuff. It is. Recording a whole load of short stories and bits and pieces. But I did it all under a ghost name. Under a ghost. What is it? A ghost writer, ghost pen, ghost audio thing. Do you know what I mean? But yeah. Okay, so I've moved on to museum.wales, which is our next website we're looking at. Let's have a look if there's any major differences here. Decorate with color ribbons and rosettes with glass bottle eyes. That's a bit different. The lower jaw is fixed on a spring which shuts the mouth. Okay, hold on. So, what is the Marie Lywd? One of the most well-known Welsh customs is the Marie Lywd, meaning grey mare. So Marie Lywd literally just means grey mare. A horse figure carried from door to door by a singing group during the Christmas season. Popular in South Wales during the 19th century, the tradition features a real horse's skull, usually decorated with coloured ribbon, rosettes, and glass bottle eyes. The lower jaw is fixed on a spring, which shuts the mouth with a loud snap and brings the creation to life. A long white cloth is draped down the carrier, which hides them from view. Occasionally, the head was of wood. One account says paper, and in around 1935, a group of boys in Swansea used a pillow, but a horse's head was characteristic. The same horse's head tended to be used annually, for it was buried in lime to preserve it for most of the year, and they dug it up each December. Oh my god, that's wild! Do you know what I was thinking? I was literally thinking, like, are they the same horse's heads? Do they use the same horse's skull each time, or is it a different one each time? And to find out that it's not only the same skull many times round, but it's the same horse's skull that is then buried in lime, and every year the same skull is dug up, washed off, and then used again as the skull of the Marie Lywd, which is interesting. Where is the video? Couldn't possibly tell you. Of me doing the Raven. Oh, it's for one of the theatre companies I work for. Many moons ago. How is the Marie Lywd celebrated in terms of celebration itself? The custom used to begin at dusk and often lasted late into the night. During the ceremony, a party of usually all men would carry the Marie through the streets of the village, singing and dancing. The Marie does not hunt alone, for depending on the area, the amount of people in the wassailing party can be joined by an array of other characters named Punch and Judy, the Sergeant, and the Merryman. No way. Because Punch and Judy are, I was about to say, but yeah, 16th century Italian street theatre. Punch and Judy is commedia dell'arte, which is a specific form of theatre. It's like ye oldie shit. So the fact that they've already taken from an alternate, the idea that a character named Punch and Judy is the Sergeant and the Merryman, which, to be fair, I know that Punch, Judy, and the Sergeant are all in the Punch and Judy story, but Punch, Judy, the Sergeant, and Merryman are different characters that could be with the Marie Lywd. Interesting. Sounds like some may have the fur and skin on as well if it has to be stored in lime. I would imagine so, Painted Lady. It depends, I suppose, on the quality of the horse's skull. You know, imagine a group of people digging up a skull every year. I can fully see it. Do you know what I mean? Secret horse burial. You wouldn't have to hide it anyway. You prevent the theft and vandalism. Exactly. Just secret horse's skull. There you go. Done and dusted. You know. I suppose that the lime would kill off any. You would have to bury it in a piece of land that wasn't going to need growth on it, you know, because the lime would fuck up the soil. Which reminds me, I always thought the phrase "pleased as punch" was in reference to someone being happy after drinking, the drink punch, but it might be how happy Punchy the character is. Oh yeah, to my knowledge, "pleased as punch" is a reference to Punch and Judy, because Punch is always smiling. The punch puppet is always smiling and always ludicrous. But also is a vile creature. Just a horrible character. Oh, that's fun. Okay, so even very small groups usually have a leader who holds the reins, which was the ostler we were talking about, to control the horse and take charge of the singing. They would visit every house or pub in the village and stand in front of the door singing traditional songs. And then after the traditional songs, an improvised rhyme and verse contest between the Marie party and the inhabitants of the house. There was a lot of leg pulling, and the verses were usually quite mischievous. Traditionally, these exchanges would be done with the door closed, and the contest could last for some time, sometimes even an hour or so, until one side gave up. If the Marie side lost the contest, they would have to leave without being admitted to the house. However, this would be quite a rare occurrence, as the Marie entering the building was thought to bring good luck, so they would usually just win, or be allowed to win. Alternatively, the Marie party might sing one last verse begging for entrance. Once inside, the entertainment continued with the Marie running around neighing and snapping its jaws, creating havoc, frightening the children, while the leader pretended to try and restrain it. Merrymen played music and entertained the household. Punch and Judy would also be part of the festivities. The participants would be rewarded with food and drink, and sometimes receive a gift of money as well. The visit concluded with a traditional farewell song. Okay. So this is very, very similar to some of the Halloween traditions that we found out about in October. You know? Imagine being a skull peacefully sleeping for a year until a bunch of weirdos dig you up. No wonder it snaps at everyone. Exactly, right? Well, it's meant to snap at the people that it likes. I'm getting quite a bit of mixed information. How to traumatize a toddler today in Welsh traditions. To be fair, Nibirin, last year we how to traumatize a toddler in like all of the Norse regions with Krampus, because that is also horrifically terrifying from what I am understanding, you know. Okay, so popularity of the Marie Lywd. With the earliest account of Marie Lywd dating from 1798, the first known account of the Marie Lywd dating from 1798, the boom years, as regards to the amount of horses' heads in existence, were between 1850 and 1920. Apart from one or two sightings in the north, the ritual remained exclusive to South Wales. A general decline occurred in the number of Marie Lywd groups during the 20th century. One reason normally given for its demise is the decrease of Welsh speakers, preventing inhabitants from replying to the Marie group, as Marie Lywd contest was almost always sung and performed in Welsh. Another reason for the custom's decline was the increased rowdiness and drunkenness which became associated with it. This was seen as unacceptable behaviour, especially with the rise of the chapel and the Methodism, oh my god, in Wales. However, there's been growing interest in Marie Lywd in recent years, and this has resulted in a resurgence of the group performing in this tradition across all of Wales. The Welsh language has actually been growing hugely over the past couple of years, which I found really, really interesting, because there was a point where it was very slowly being forgotten, as it were, mainly because of the United Kingdom, because of course we the Great Britain, or more specifically England, has a lot of governing rules in Wales, and they very much enforce those rules through whatever means they need to. It certainly seems to be. However, in recent years, I have seen a lot of people, especially content creators, Welsh content creators, pushing to speak Welsh, speak in their native tongue, as it were. And because there was a petition about 2 years ago. I think it was about 2 years ago. Yeah, it was. I'm sure it was about 2 years ago, sometime around then, where there was a petition to change all of the Welsh street names, all of the street names and street signs in Wales, to only be in English, so that they were all easier to read and easier understandable, and you wouldn't need such big signs because you would only need to put the English on there. And it was trounced by the local populace. They were like, no, not a chance. If you don't like the Welsh, tough, because we are Welsh, we live here, and the Welsh is part of our tradition. So it was, to my knowledge, it was absolutely like stomped. The proposal was stomped all over by the local populace. They were like, not a fucking chance. We want the Welsh on our street signs. You know? Austria, thank you very much, Nirim. Gonna have to source a horse's skull now and pretty it up and keep it. I collect skulls, and taxidermy a South Wales person is right up my street. Oh yeah, do it. I mean, providing you're legally allowed to do it and what have you, yeah, for sure. Giving me brony energy, but that's it. Oh my god, I did a deep dive on bronies many, many, many years ago. Many years ago. Oh my lordy, hold on.
Well,
oh, okay. This is the Marie Lywd song. This is what they sing when they turn up at the door. Hold on, let me just make sure I'm not gonna deafen everybody.
Wel dyma ni'n dŵad gyfeillion, di niwad I ofyn ciawn gannad, I ofyn ciawn gannad, I ofyn ciawn gannad I gannim. Os na chawn I gannad rowch glywad ar ganiad, pa fodd mae'r madawiad, pa fodd mae'r madawiad, Pawol mae'r madawiad nos enom. Ni dorson ein crimpa wrth groesi'r stigila, iddo fo tag yma, iddo fo tag yma, iddo fo tag yma nos enom. Os na ddynion all dorri englynion, rowch glywad yn union, rowch glywad yn union, rowch glywad yn union nos enom. Os eisthoch rhy gynnar i'r gwely'n ddialgar, o codwch yn awdgar, o codwch yn awdgar, o codwch yn awdgar nos enom. A disian fras felys a phob sort o spices, o torrwch yn ratus, o torrwch yn ratus, o torrwch yn ratus y gwylam. Bwch y baril a llengwch yn rigil, a rannwch yn gynnil, a rannwch yn gynnil, a rannwch yn gynnil y gwylam. Wel dyma...
And then it starts all over again. So the lyrics are, well, gentle friends, here we come to ask, may we have leave, to ask, may we have leave, to ask, may we have leave to sing. If we may not have leave, then listen to the song that tells of our leaving, that tells of our leaving, that tells of our leaving tonight. We have cut our shins, crossing the stiles, to come here, to come here, to come here tonight. If there are people here who can compose Englignon, which I think is the whole rap battle we were talking about earlier, then let us hear them now, let us hear them now, let us hear them now tonight. If you've gone to bed too early in a vengeful spirit, oh, get up again good-naturedly, get up again good-naturedly, get up again good-naturedly tonight. The large sweet cakes with all kinds of spices, oh, cut generous slices, oh, cut generous slices, oh, cut generous slices, this Christmas tide. Oh, tap the barrel and let it flow freely. Don't share it meanly, don't share it meanly, don't share it meanly, this Christmas tide. Which is very interesting that they are including Christmas in there, which means that this will not have been the original song. Because the original song will not have included the Christian beliefs. If it wasn't like, I am struggling to see how it could be originally a Christmas tradition that wasn't stolen from a pagan belief. I'm really struggling to see how it could be. The whole thing of like, oh, it was the horse that got out of the stable. Like, that seems really loose to me. It seems like such a loose connection. It seems like the kind of connection that a Christian missionary would, like, or a Catholic missionary more specifically back in the day, a Catholic missionary would use to excuse the, like, to create a link between Christianity and local traditions, you know? Gives you the trills. They've gone complete opposite way now, replacing English names for Welsh places with English names for Welsh places with Welsh ones, which is really nice. For example, Snowdonia National Park has been returned to Erie. Okay, interesting. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Even if it is hard for me to pronounce, I would much rather it be hard for me to pronounce as an English person and have the local dialects and stuff happening. I love that. I love that. Love people embracing their own traditions and histories, their heritages, you know. Okay. So then I've moved on to... Let me have a look at some of these. So I've moved on to a website called thehornyman.ac.uk. Calm yourself. Which is saying the Marie Lywd is one of the Welsh traditions that has its origins clouded in mystery as it canters through the ages. Goes from door to door with a group of traditional characters like Punch and Judy. Even though Punch and Judy... The what? The Horny Man. Thehornyman.ac.uk. Horniman. Hornyman. Or Horny Man. I find it really interesting that they have a Punch and Judy with them. I find that quite a fascinating thing, because the first record of the Marie Lywd is from the 1800s book, as we discussed before, a tour through parts of North Wales by J. Evans, which is wild because all of the information we've got says that the tradition is mostly practiced in South Wales. One folklorist believes that Marie Lywd, most people think that Marie Lywd means grey mare or pale horse because of how many pale horses feature in Celtic mythology and folklore. However, one folklorist like Worthsey Pete thought it meant Holy Mary, referring to the Virgin Mary. Why the Virgin Mary has a horse's skull for a head, I've got no idea, but you know. Horniman is a respectable museum. That's amazing. That's actually amazing, Soren Lynn, because here I am taking the piss out of the name of their museum. Like, oh, the Horniman, you know? Gah! Love being a Horniman. I mean, what? You know? Marie was a witch! Good old Mary. Some think something somewhere in the middle of these two, believing that Marie Lywd is a reference to a pregnant horse that was cast out of the stable as Mary gave birth to Jesus. The horse then roamed around looking for somewhere to birth their foal. Did they birth it, though? Waxed and waned in popularity. It was revived in the 1960s. Oh, that's interesting. So it says here, wassailing, which is wassailing or wassailing. The idea of going from house to house asking for food and drinks around Christmas time is a time-honored tradition. Like in the carol Here We Come Wassailing, wassailing saw people as early as the 13th century go from house to house wishing people well. People would come from the house of their richer neighbors and friends asking for a drink, much like the cheeky Marie Lywd. Originally, wassailing was a sugared and spiced drink of mulled ale, curdled cream, roasted apples, and eggs, and if you drank it, you were wassailing. The term wassailing actually comes from the Middle English, weas heal, meaning to be in health. It is also represented in the second and third verses of We Wish You a Merry Christmas. Bring us some figgy pudding, and we won't go until we get some, which was all part of that. Interesting. The Horny Man, exactly. Horsey's head skull character reminds me of something that was in Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Yeah, this is Sadidimus. It was somebody mentioned earlier that the only thing they know of Marie Lywd, which is the creature that we'll look deep diving today, is from Assassin's Creed Valhalla. So it was evidently in there somewhere. The horse's head creature. And then I've moved on to atlasobscura.com. Because it turns out that there isn't all that much information about its origins. Dawn and colourful ribbons. The equine image of death has an especially ghostly appearance thanks to the white sheet draped over the person carrying it. As revelers sing and parade this head on a stick, in the neighborhood, doors open to meet the morbid white horse in battle, specifically a battle of wits through poetry. It's interesting because despite the fact that we have no knowledge of its origin, the origin itself falls in line with a lot of the Celtic beliefs of the Fey creatures. The idea of it being tricksome, being not necessarily malicious, but certainly mischievous.
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
Luke!
La 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 la, Christmas is soon here after Vainmas. 60 months. And
60
counting.
months, Luke. 60. 60. 60 months. That is such an outrageous period of time, you glorious being. How's it going, Luke, you beautiful individual? I will inscribe your name upon the mirror vein. Can't do it at the moment because I need to clean this one down. I need to clean this one down, but I need to clean it down. But I will do it. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But God damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, harra, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? Are you still streaming, Luke? I never see you stream anymore. I don't know whether it's just because of time zones and, well, I say time zones, you still live in the UK, or whether it's because you're too busy with work and stuff, but are you still streaming? You still streaming, buddy? Speaking of mischievous, here comes Lucas Bond. Exactly, right? Exactly. What you're saying is they're a pixie. I mean, I'm saying, yeah. I'm saying it's interesting. What is interesting is there's so many features about Marie Lywd that come from so many different traditions. Looking to stream this weekend to have like 6 months off. I understand. Life got to come first, Luke. Life's got to come first. What are you going to be doing this weekend? Are you doing more Lego and stuff? Doing more Lego. I know Lucas Bond. Can I get a shout out for Lucas Bond, please? If I've got a mod available. Lucas Bond is a glorious individual, a fucking old school friend of mine. Has been here for time immemorial. And they do an awful lot of Lego. They do a Lego Christmas tree building. Yeah. So if you enjoy like people putting together Lego and having chats and what have you, go and check out Luke. Luke is a wonderful, wonderful being. And as you can see there, one of the founding subscribers here on the channel. They're beautiful and glorious, and they deserve all of your love and attention. So please go click that cheeky little button. Go do the thing. Yeah. So in the tradition, you've got the skeletal head. And there is some description of association with death. The fact that the characters that they are with are also tricksters. So the jester, the lady, the ostler, Punch and Judy. If you're talking Punch and Judy is commedia dell'arte, so they are literally tricksters. The sergeant and the Merryman, and the Merryman is like a music giver more than anything else. They are also very much tricksters and therefore potentially fake creatures, but there is still this sort of idea that they may have been undead spirits roaming the land with the power of undeath comes from the Marie Lywd, and then they travel around with the Marie Lywd because that is what sustains them in unlife. But then they go and do things that are very traditionally Celtic, like tapping on people's houses, knocking on people's doors to try and gain entry. Then you have like this contradicting dynamic of trying to outwit the party, the Marie Lywd's party, in a battle of wits. And if you can outwit them, then they won't come into your house. But by bringing them into your house, you get good luck. So you've got sort of like a weird, sort of contradiction there, because you're meant to battle them for a battle of wits, but then you let them into your house anyway because bringing them into your house is good luck. But then when you bring them into your house, they are allowed to be mischievous and traumatize all of the children in the house itself. Giant horses skulls snapping at you, you know what I mean? Yeah, Vanemas is next Monday, 16th of December. Next Monday is Vanemas. And then on top of all of that, you then have the weird Christmas association with the Christmas being integrated into the song. The fact that it happens between Christmas and New Year's, but falls in line with, or there was reference there that it fell in line with like the Welsh New Year, which was different to the Celtic New Year. And then this weird thing where it was like, oh, it was a horse that was cast out of the stable so that Jesus could come. Very odd. It's a very odd one, this one. Because it seems to have so many contradictory elements to it. Punch and Judy were around in the 1600s. That was an Italian puppet show that was around in the 1600s. Moved across Europe and then settled in the UK, and now I don't even know if Punch and Judy is featured anywhere else in the world apart from the UK and maybe Italy. Like the gnomes in Slims, Silim, what in Psalms? What do you mean Slims? Vivica? Wonderful, yeah, it's an odd one. It's an odd one. So according to atlasobscura.com, battle of wits through poetry, so it is a rap battle. This is Marie Lywd, the midwinter pagan tradition whereby celebrants earn food and drink after dominating a poetry slam confronted by a skeletal face. That is it. That is the original rap battle. Despite often being associated with Christmas, Marie Lywd is a pre-Christian practice. Some Welsh regions chose to parade their horse's skull through the town for the holidays, such as Halloween or May Day. Interesting. Though the tradition's exact origins are murky. May Day would also fall in line with the pictures that I have seen with horses with flowery wreaths around, or horses' skulls with flowery wreaths around their heads. Though the tradition's exact origins are murky, the image of a white horse has been a powerful symbol in the United Kingdom for at least 3,000 years. The practice also incorporates the century-old tradition of wassailing from Middle English being health, or originally a sugar spice drink. Yep, we've done all that stuff. It used to be the poor merrymakers going and asking for handouts from the rich. In ye olde days. But there doesn't seem to be anything further than that. I mean, we've checked out, what, 5 websites now? 4 websites and looked at the original song, so technically 5 websites. And the origins are murky at best. The origins are murky at best. It tends to be a scenario of like there was a pre-Christian tradition. Hold on a minute, friends. I have received like 12 text messages telling me that my giving me a secret code to my password, to my PayPal. Which means either it's a scam or somebody's trying to get access to my PayPal. Fun, fun, fun. Phishing. It may well be, yeah. But I've literally got like, 12 text messages being like, this is your PayPal password from a number that is supposing to be PayPal. So I was just checking my PayPal just to be sure. But it's okay. It's all right. I will, after stream, I'll just change passwords and stuff just to be 100% sure. Because the thing is, it literally shows up in my phone as PayPal. So whoever it is, 2FA, oh yeah, 100% on board, all that stuff. But then that makes me think: is it PayPal? Sending? Is it saying? Is this a sign that somebody has my username and password and is trying to get in, but they can't because of the 2FA? You know what I mean? That's where my brain's going. But yeah, the Marie Lywd is an interesting one because the story of it has so many counteracting points. We know that the earliest documented evidence of it was in the 1800s, or in the 1700s, excuse me, when somebody was documenting the traditions of Wales, which means that it was most likely to be pre-Christian Wales, pre-Christian the United Kingdom, pre-Christian Britannia, and then Christians have amalgamated the traditions into their own, as they are known to do. Do you know what I mean? They're so good at trying to fake you out. Yeah. Well, I just anytime I get a text message from somebody that I don't know, I immediately ignore the message entirely and go onto it myself using my own logins, not using any links that they provide. Do you know what I mean? I go around anything they're doing. Do you know what I mean? Should look up the Welsh witch Ceridwen. Is this in association with the Marie Lywd? An enchantress in a Welsh medieval legend, mother of hideous son Mordfran and beautiful daughter Creary? Interesting. Oh, separate from the horse. Oh, in which case, well, we can look at it some other time, Painted Lady. I try and stick to the specific thing that we were choosing to look at, the specific topic we were choosing to look at. But yeah, that's really interesting and weird that we don't have any other information. I know that, like I said, the Celts never wrote anything down, so a lot of things have been lost to history. But the fact that we don't have anything for this tradition of a horse's head going round with revelers causing chaos. Oh no, it's alright, it's good. Some Zen worship and very good to read about. Alright, cool. Well, we can certainly look into it some other time for sure. But yeah, this is really weird. Really weird that what I find so weird about the Marie Lywd situation is how it is a tradition that is currently practiced. Like, it is practiced today in 2024, nearly 2025. Like, it will be practiced this year during the time between Christmas and New Year's, you know? And yet nobody seems to know much about it. Everyone has contradicting information. Is it a Celtic fae creature? Is it a spirit? Is it part of Christian tradition? Is it pre-Christian tradition? When did the Christmas dynamics get entered into the Marie Lywd song? What is the story behind Marie Lywd? Like, none of that exists to our knowledge, or to my knowledge, and I've looked at 5 websites. The story is different depending on where you go. Do you know what I mean? Kind of scary, more than weird. These kinds of niche traditions will be lost if not documented. Oh, for sure, Miss Asia. And it's what I find most peculiar about it is the fact that it's not is the fact that it is possibly one of the most well-known about Welsh traditions, and yet the information behind the story, just the story, doesn't exist. We have an awesome poem to read through. Yeah, that is true, Nibirin, but what I'm really conscious about with that poem was the poem was inspired by the Marie Lywd. And very specifically, it was inspired by a British person who heard about the Welsh Marie Lywd on a radio show and wrote this poem about it, which, if anything, means that it is definitely going to be tarnished by the British views of Wales, or the English views of Wales, more specifically, you know? Meanwhile, a horse's skull buried somewhere, just a scary party horse. What more do you want? Exactly that. It is. Biased is a good word of putting it. Yes, Nibirin. Biased. Because realistically speaking, to your average 1900s English gentleperson, the idea of somebody out in the sticks of Wales having a horse's skull on a stick and wrapping themselves in a white sheet will seem as the height of uncultured. It'll seem as pagan practices, where like civilization hasn't quite reached those parts of Wales properly yet. Do you know what I mean? That's the bias that will be part of, because we're talking about like Victorian Britain. Do you know what I mean? Or Georgian Britain straight after. Was it King George? I can't remember. But we're talking about like that kind of like 1900s, late 1800s, 1900s bias, where the English people thought that the Irish, the Welsh, and the Scottish people were of a lesser pedigree, shall we say. And subsequently, they'll be like, oh, here we are with our civilization and cups of tea and smoking a good pipe and what have you. And the Welsh, they have a horse's skull on a stick. They're obviously into some very peculiar, I don't know, historical traditions. I tell you what, I'm going to write a poem. I'm going to write a 19-page poem about this Marie Lywd, or whatever they call it, but it's a horse's skull, so it must be a spectre. Yeah, interesting. You know, so it sounds like a regular weekend in Cardiff. Fair. Maybe the times were simpler back then when everything wasn't entangled in several layers of Christian law. Yeah, maybe, but then I want to know what the story is. Do you know what I mean? What is the original story? When we were looking at unicorns, when we were looking at Halloween, when we were looking at well, to be fair, anything up until this point, every single story that we have looked at, every single tale had, or excuse me, every single creature that we have looked at, and Halloween as a whole, has some description of origin story. And the story might have changed several times over the years or what have you, but there is certain core elements of it that were always present, whereas this one doesn't. The only core element of it is the fact that there's a horse's skull on a stick. That's the only core element. We don't know what who the character was, what they were based on, whether they were fae or whether they were a spirit. We don't know why they had companions. We don't know whether they were a spirit in and of themselves or whether they were like a steed of some specific person, specific spirit, specific god. We don't know anything. And what I think I find most fascinating about it is the fact that despite having none of that information, this is a tradition that is still practiced today. If they'd have turned around and said, hey, this is the Marie Lywd, and the Marie Lywd was the horse of, or was a horse based fae, a tricksome thing like Sphinx used to be in ancient Greek tradition, for example, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But we don't know anything about this one. What were they? What was the origin? What was the start of it? What was the beginning? We don't know anything. And the bits that we do know are contradictory and don't completely make sense. You know? Which is, it's not a bad thing. It's just fascinating to me. It's fascinating that something can be practiced with passion in 2024 and nobody, not even folklorists, people that literally study this as a living, have any fucking idea about. You know? Dare anyone to walk up to a person wearing a horse's skull and call them uncultured? You're right, tell me about it. Can't get any more traditional. Welcome from my lurk trance. I don't know if we found the symbolism of the horse in Welsh culture yet. No, not really. It's fascinating this way because there isn't one. I've checked 5 reputable websites, 3 of which literally apparently come from Wales themselves, and there is no definitive answer as to what the Marie Lywd is, other than a horse's skull on a stick. I would too continue to practice something the English know nothing about and get scared by. That's fair. That is entirely fair. But I think what I find really interesting is the fact that it's not necessarily scared. It's just unknown. And maybe that's the thing. Maybe it's just that they don't, like, the Welsh don't want anybody else knowing about it. So the tradition is passed down orally and nobody's put it out into the world yet. You know, in this day of internet technology. But, you know, excuse me. There's a TikTok named Mara Starling. She studies Welsh folklore and has written books. I have no doubt that she would know more on info on the origins. Interesting. Mara Starling. Ooh, excuse me. Okay. Dancing with the Bone Mother. Among the most modern pagans who have a fondness for the Marie Lywd, there is a strong belief that the tradition involving this bedazzled horse's skull has its origins in the pre-Christian past, but does it? The truth is, we don't know. What we know for certain is that we have no written evidence of the Marie Lywd prior to the very early 19th century. Now, of course, just because something was not written about does not necessarily mean it did not exist before that. However, the fact that there is little to no mention of the tradition prior to this leads most academics to believe that this quirky yet enigmatic tradition likely originated in Christian Wales rather than the far-flung pagan past. Some believe it to have its origins in the Feast of the Ass. And that is the ass as in the donkey. Others think it originated as part of a mystery plays, while some think it merely a very regionally specific wassailing accompanying tradition originating in one small place. There are so many theories. We may never know the Marie's true origins. All we know for certain is that she accompanied a tradition which involved singing, rhyming, theatrics, merriment, and wassailing. And that by today, she is slowly but surely growing into a cultural icon, a figure which is being accepted by many Welsh people and syncretized, it's an interesting word, into Christian, pagan, and secular forms of celebrating the winter celebrations of Christmas, solstice, New Year, and Hen Galan. Syncretizing, that's a word I think many could do with adding to their vocabulary. Syncretizing as in being synchronized with. So it is a tradition that is being adopted by all of the associated religions of the area. Oh, this is fascinating, friends. Bone mommy? Yeah, apparently so. This is absolutely fascinating. Those who failed to be Marie Lywd went on to set up a whole hobby horse shenanigans. Horse's head on a stick is a common item, not even rare, common. Yeah, but is that an association? Did the hobby horse? I assumed that the hobby horse just came from children's toys. Did it come from the Marie Lywd? I know that the hobby horse originated in Finland. I was about to say, I know that there are other horse-based figures from across the UK, but yeah. Oh wow, really? This music? Of all of the musics? That's enough of that. There was another one that they had here. It's a little bit longer. Interesting.
Yn cerdded trwy y ddracyn a chwilio am y dydd. Hon yw y foment lle da ni gyd yn ymwybodol. Hon yw yr foment fyw. Hon yw yr foment farw. Gwrandewch.
Interesting. Interesting. Love this. I love this too. That was a fascinating look into the Welsh. That looked slightly more pagan, like a pagan ritual with the Marie Lywd. Welsh pagan, perhaps, but fascinating. Really interesting to see a more, I don't know, a more traditional view of it, perhaps. Well, at least in regards to the paganism of Wales. And that, by the way, that excerpt I read a second ago about Marie Lywd was specifically from Mara Starling's Instagram account about the Marie Lywd, about the Welsh folklore there. So that's what they know about it, you know. And Bone Mommy. Mara Starling has many videos and information on it on her YouTube, going off for a quick search. Yeah, so I mean, that was literally doing a Google. I literally Googled Mara Starling and Marie Lywd, and that was like a couple of the videos that popped up. I do recognize them because I have seen them pop up on my FYP before, talking about like witching stones and stuff like that, which I thought was really interesting. But yeah, fascinating. I think the big thing for me is the mystery, is the fact that this is a creature that has so little definition and yet has so much character, if that makes sense. Like the fact that, as they say, is syncretized into all of the religious beliefs of the thing. Like the Christmas beliefs, it was the horse that was being that got ejected from the stable when Christ was born. The fact that it's been incorporated into wassailing, the pagan beliefs, what little we know of them. They're just fascinating. Just a really interesting creature to have deep dived. And I feel like I know a little bit more about like the traditions and stuff, but I don't know much more about Marie Lywd. I know about what they do. I know about what the tradition is, but I don't know much about, well, anything about the origins, who they were. Who they actually were. What was the character? Were they a spirit? Were they a fae creature? Were they a god? A deity? Or a deity's representative? Were they the horse? Like, it feels very... for being, like, the horse that left the stable, that's a very... macabre view. For Christianity, it's a very macabre view, because it's the kind of thing that Christianity would have bigged up. Look at the sacrifice that if it was pure Christian, if it was purely Catholicism, Middle Ages Catholicism, it would have been dark, but it would have been, look at the sacrifice that this horse made in order to provide somewhere for the Virgin Mary. That would have been the arc they would have gone with. They would have been like, look at the sacrifice that this horse made to give up its place in this warm stable, in its home, to give up for baby Jesus. So it makes far more sense that it was a local tradition that already existed, that was adopted by the Christian church. However, also very interesting that there isn't any documented evidence of it pre the 18th century, which in itself is fascinating, because even like the Romans documented shit around Halloween and stuff like that. So the fact that there's nothing between, let's look. '43 AD and the late 1700s, the late 1700s. There is literally nothing for 1700 years. For 1,700 years, there is no information from the well-documented evidence of what the Romans did pick up. There's no information for 1,700 years, and then suddenly it appears out of nowhere as a tradition that the Welsh just do. And the first information we get from it is a book written in the 1700s of, this is something that happens in northern Wales, despite the fact that it was most practiced in southern Wales. There's just so... It's just a massive mystery. It's just such a huge mystery as to what the fuck is going on. And it's an actively practiced tradition now. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is the big thing that's getting me. From the point where we know that in 43 AD, the Romans invaded Britain, okay? We know that was it. That 43 AD, that was when the Romans invaded Britain. And it took 3.5 centuries. Okay, so it took 3.5 centuries for them to actually... For Britain to become a part of the Roman Empire. Okay, hold on. When did the Romans conquer Britain? In the AD 43, the Roman Emperor Claudius launched an invasion of Britain, and over the next 45 years, the Roman army gradually extended its control over much present-day England and Wales and ventured its territory north. So yeah, so for the next 45 years, so we're talking AD 88, say AD 90. Say AD 90. And then the Marie Lywd book. Book in the 1800s, from 1800. I thought it was earlier than that. What was the book called? $1798. So it was pretty much, if we're talking the Romans invaded Britain in AD 43. They took 45 years to extend control over to present-day England and Wales, which means that it was AD 88 to AD 90 that their influence was, that they were truly cemented, and therefore documenting and discovering and talking about local traditions and stuff like that. For 1700 years, no information, no documented evidence, nothing. Really, babe, how you doing? How's it going? AD 90, yeah. So AD 90, so 1700 years. I do want to point out the Romans didn't so much replace the local culture as integrate it. If they wrote it down, all the tiny local intricacies of the culture, that'd be a lot of writing. I don't know if they'd really do that or if they'd still have their records of it. While they did colonize Wales, it took a while for the Romans to fully do so, and they never fully colonized Cornwall or Scotland. So these traditions could have been preserved in Cornwall and reintroduced into Wales. Oh, for sure, 110%. No, it's Painting Lady. You sleep away, you beautiful being. Thank you very much for stopping by. I appreciate you. 100%, Dean, but it's the fact that there is no mention of it. For something that is relatively well practiced today, and I would say is one of the more well-known Welsh traditions today, for it to have appeared, what, 200 years ago? Or say 250 years ago, and have no information of it before then? Like, I would have expected there to have been information, like with Halloween, for example. Like with Halloween, there would have been documented knowledge of not necessarily the tradition itself, but the integration of that tradition specifically with Christianity, with Catholicism taking over the Roman Empire, with Catholicism rolling out throughout the Roman Empire and everyone converting to Catholicism from the old religion, and then the expanse of that Catholicism throughout the empire and into into local traditions. That will have been more That was the bit I was expecting to have more information on, because we have a fair amount of information of the bias against pagan traditions. The vast majority of stuff that we understand about, to my knowledge, and I am not a historian by any stretch of the imagination, to my knowledge, the vast majority of information we have about the Celtic traditions was from the Roman Empire, and very specifically from the Catholic Church, integrating their traditions into Catholicism, integrating that those traditions into the ways of life or the celebrations of Catholicism and the Roman Empire, etc. Like, that's where we get a lot of the history, like the origins of Halloween from, and stuff like that. Like the origins of Halloween, the origins of Christmas and Christmas traditions and stuff all come from the integration of local practices into Christian practices. And the fact that we don't have anything pre-1700, well, pre-late 1700s, pre-1798, we have nothing on the Marie Lywd before that. Even as a mention, we don't have anything. I'm not, please don't think that I'm criticizing. I'm fascinated. Like, that's just fascinating to me. That this tradition that is on the rise in the UK, this ancient tradition is on the rise in the UK, and we don't know fuck all about it. Besides random tidbits of information here. It is a horse's skull that could be a fae and or spirit that travels with people that are either also fae or undead of some description, spirits of some description, that accost the living and challenge them to a battle of wits like the mythical creatures of ancient Greek times, and yet are good luck if you win, then you have the ability to have been you are happy to have bested the spirit. But it's better if you lose, because if you lose, then the spirit will bring good luck into your home, which doesn't make sense. Like, there's so much mixed information on this from what we understand of, like, the Britain Fae versus God. I say Fae wins. I mean, but that's the bit that we don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like, is it a god? Is it a fae? Is it a spirit? There's so many questions I have in regards to the origins of this creature. What is the creature? We have no knowledge. There's no information on it that we know of yet. Maybe like some Roman fort in Wales that is yet to be uncovered has this information, but we don't have any information at all, which is fascinating. And like I said, I think it's the fact that it is I don't want to say creature, because we don't know it is a creature. It is a symbol that is practiced today and is adopted by Christianity, is adopted by Christmas, is adopted by paganism, is adopted by so many different elements of Wales today, that has no clear definition as to what it is. Has no clear definition as to where it came from. It's just hugely fascinating to me. You know? How's it going, Evil Marksman? How you doing? You got cheddar and blue cheese Worcestershire doused grilled cheese. I have no idea this is a good move, but we're going to find out. Godspeed. Cthulhu speed. It's hard to say about the information because some writings are missing. There's also a period of history where writing wasn't that popular, even allowed for everyone. Oh yeah, 100%. But it's, yeah. Like, you've got, like, what? The Roman period, then the Dark Ages, where the vast majority of stuff was either destroyed or forbidden. Then the Middle Ages and, like, medieval times and shit like that. And then your more modern times, more modern Christian understanding, like your Tudors, your Renaissance, etc. But and that's obviously a very generalized view of periods of history. But the fact that it's like we don't. I think if I could see a specific thing where it said this is a creature of the Fae from Celtic traditions, or this is a spirit of the underworld from Woad traditions, or this is a hark back to the Gauls, or anything. Do you know what I mean? Like, if there was any information as to what it was, but we don't have that. Some people say it's the Fae. Some people say it's an undead spirit. Some people say it's malicious. Some people say it's tricksome. Some people say it's good luck. Some people say it's bad luck. Like, there's just no solid information on it. There's no concrete information about any element of it other than the fact that it is a horse's head. And it goes door to door with sailing. Or whistling. You know, the horns are to cover the horse ears. Uki is the Marie Lywd. Yeah, that is it. We need answers. We need answers. Never seen them together in the same room, so it makes sense, you know. To be honest, it happens sometimes when I go digging for some specific Slavic traditions. There are quite a few which were definitely pagan, but nobody knows much about them pre-16th century. And they did get sucked into the Christian tradition by then. So Wiki is like, maybe this, maybe that. Yeah. It's fascinating. Aesop's Fables, yeah. People definitely weren't writing down a lot back then like we do today because, well, literacy and stuff. Oh, for sure. For sure. But I know that the Romans liked, like, even with the bias, like when we did the deep dive into Halloween, for example, when we did the deep dive into Halloween, the information we had of the local traditions in the UK from the Romans were heavily biased. Heavily biased and prejudice. But it was still information. It was still documentation of traditions. Of the alignment of traditions between the Roman culture and the pagan cultures. And then later on, the Christian culture as well, you know? But there was something. Whereas none of that exists. And you know what? What's really interesting, and it's literally just occurred to me now, but what's really quite fascinating about it is the fact that that is now Wales has always been overlooked. And I don't mean that as me slighting Wales in any way, shape, or form. But Wales has always been overlooked in the regards of like Wales just gets lumped in with the United Kingdom. With England. England and Wales. England and Wales. England and Wales. England and Wales. When people think, especially a lot of people that are not native to the United Kingdom, when people think of like the UK, England, Scotland, Ireland. Northern Ireland, very specifically. Very few people stop and consider Wales, despite the fact they've got a big fuck off dragon on their flag, you know? And and it's completely wrong, and it's not something that should happen, but it does happen. And it does make me wonder whether Wales was forgotten as part of that as well. The growing, the expanse of the empire, of the Roman Empire. They took over Wales, and it's just like, yeah, it just gets lumped in. Wales gets lumped in with England. Thanks Henry VII. Yeah, 100%. It does get lumped in with England quite a lot of the time. It shouldn't. It's its own country, but it does. And it makes me wonder whether that is a historical thing as well. Whether, like, conquering armies just lumped them all in together. Including traditions and stuff, you know? I was given A's for knowing the map of the UK in my foreign language classes. Huzzah! Huzzah, Magnium-based wizard. For sure. It's a very interesting thing. This is the first one where I've literally walked away more perplexed than anything else. I'm leaving this Mythical Monday with far more fascination in my mind than, like, I have far more questions than answers. Even with, like, the origins of ghosts, where the ghosts are just known to be a part of, or the ghosts in the afterlife are known to be a part of human history as a species, you know? It's just known. With even that, we had, like, an origin of, like, the first exorcists and shit like that. The first exorcisms, old stories of human traditions, and, like, the Mesopotamians and the Zoroastrians even. Like, all of this shit we have information on, even if it's, like, all kinds of... But the Mari Lywd, we don't. We don't even know what it is. Or what it's meant to be representing. We don't know anything. We just don't know.
It's a raid. Flee,
you know?
Flee.
Ladies and gentlemen and all genders outside in between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders. Throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these cheeky little devils coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine shambling incompetence? How are you doing, you beautiful being? That's enough, Monty. That's good. We're all good. How are you doing, you glorious individual? This is a raid. We take that raid. Monty. That is enough. That is enough, Monty. Good Lord. Come. Whoa. Good Lord. Far too much bloody popcorn. All right. How's it going? Welcome on in, you shambling raid. We appreciate you. How's it going, shambling incompetence? Hello, you beautiful individual. What were you up to today? Tell me all about it. Tell me all the bits and pieces. Tell me more information. What were you up to today? Did you have a good time? Doing some Planet Zoo. What were you making? The most important question. All right. Hold on. Planet Zoo tonight. Loving that. That's great. Very Skyrim themed. Okay, that's as much as that is glorious. I have to ask, most important question: do you have a peafowl enclosure, or as we like to refer to them, peacocks? Emphasis on the cock. Friends, if you're new here, two things you need to know about this channel. One, you're not allowed to apologize. Faux pas, individuals, faux pas. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. Two, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal filth wizard, and I don't want to be corrupting the ears of the young. It's not what I'm about. No, you cheeky devil. Not yet, but there will be one now that you mention it. I am glad to hear that. You need a loud, flamboyant, pain in the ass, but extremely pretty peafowl enclosure. Because, good Lord, they are loud and annoying. But, good Lord, do they look good. They look fantastic. Friends, if you are new here as well, you are not allowed to be here if you're under the age of 18. Because, yeah, like I said, I talk a lot of shit. Emphasis on the cock. Emphasis on the cock. All right, it's been a thing. Valen Vane's peafowl enclosure will be constructed. This makes me very happy in my soul. Very happy indeed. Welcome on in, you glorious beings. Friends, we've kind of just come to the end of a deep dive into the origins of a Welsh folklore creature known as the Mari Lywd, which is the skull of a horse, the skull of a mare, a grey mare, very specifically, it's the skull of a mare on the end of a pole that is wrapped in a white cloth, and the mane of the mare is like holly or multicolored ribbons and stuff. The eyes are replaced with baubles or lights of some description. It's a very, very interesting creature, and yet we know nothing about them. We've literally spent 3 hours deep diving this creature, and we know nothing about them. We've been looking through loads of Welsh history, looking through Christian history, looking through pagan history and Celtic history, and nothing at all. All right, it's wild. It is fascinating and wild to me. Shambling incompetence and all of your beautiful raiders. I was about to say, you need to rush off, go sleep, go do your thing, you beautiful being. I was literally just about to say, thank you so much for bringing all your people over here, but if you need to disappear off, please go do so. Please look after yourself. Please do all the bits and pieces. All right, go do your thing. Go do your thing. I appreciate you bringing your friends over. But yes, friends, we've just come to the end of it. We know that it's a tradition that happens between Christmas and New Year. We know that it's much like carol singers and trick-or-treaters, the party of this skull, this creature, goes from house to house with a band of chaotic individuals, a jester, an ostler, a maid, a potentially Punch and Judy from the Commedia dell'arte puppet show that came about in the 1600s. No worries, you take it easy, Dean, you beautiful bean. Dabba Cogsworth, why would you do this to me? Why would you do this to me and everybody here? Why? Why would you do this? Good Lord. How's it going, Dabba Cogsworth? Then they do. The tradition is they go house to house, they sing a song, then they have an old Welsh rap battle against each other. Then they go into the house, or they are usually let into the house because it's good luck for them to come in. But then when they're in the house, they cause all kinds of chaos. And then they go on to the next place, and lots of people get very, very drunk, and it's chaos incarnate. But we know nothing about them. We know nothing about them. We know nothing about them. Like, we don't know whether they're a spirit. We don't know whether they're a fae. We don't know whether they are Celtic or Woad or some other description of Welsh tradition. We only know that that the earliest documented information about them came about incorrectly in the 1700s. It was written by somebody who was documenting Northern Wales, but it's a Southern Welsh tradition. There's just so many question marks. So many question marks around the Marie Lywd, and nobody has any answers. People have been studying this for ages, and nobody has any answers. It's just, yeah, it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild to me, for sure. I request Grilla, the Yule lads, and their Christmas cat for next year, Icelandic, and I have had a wild time learning about it. Yeah, all right, yeah. Remind me closer to the time, Nibirin, because I'm all for it. Especially if it's like the Yule lads, the Yule log. It makes sense. Like, I'm all for exploring more unusual Christmas traditions for sure. But yeah, fascinating. Gonna miss some mysteries today, gotta get some rest. Not a problem. We are just about to raid out anyway, to be fair, friends. We're just about to raid out anyway, because I am all for going and throwing some love at another delightful individual, and it is late, and I am also very sleepy. I am also very sleepy. Very, very sleepy. So, friends, we are gonna go throw some love at another delightful individual. Thank you so much for coming over. Thanks so much for our raid as well. I really appreciate it. You did raid in just as we were finishing up. But yeah, we're going to go throw some love at another delightful individual. Friends, if you can stick around for the raid, even if it's only like 5-10 minutes, I would really, really appreciate it. Just so we can go throw some love at another delightful human being. I would very, very much appreciate it. Before we do that, though, friends, could you do me a massive favor and throw out some mod loves in the channel? You can use any kind of mod loves from any kind of channel. Say a massive thank you to those moderators. You can use any kind of love hearts from any kind of channels, because they're glorious and spectacular mods. I appreciate you so very, very, very much, you beautiful beans. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks so much for helping me out behind the scenes and helping me out earlier today with fucking tech issues with my camera and stuff like that. I really appreciate it. You're glorious and spectacular. Thank you for the mythical deep dive. It was interesting again. Good night, everyone. Yeah, I'll set out whenever the next one is going to be in January and what it's going to be. I feel like I might do the Grim Reaper next. I feel like starting the year off finding out about the original Grim Reaper would be a really interesting way to start. I think it would be a really interesting way to start. So yeah. So we might do that. Might do that. Anyway, friends, we are going to go raid somebody. We're going to go throw some love at another delightful individual. I feel like if you, like I said, if you can stick around for the raid, even though it's only like 5-10 minutes, I would love. Oh, we could go raid this person. Oh, I might scare them if we raid in. I don't want to scare people. Yeah, Max. I was thinking potentially we'll go raid Yuki. But I don't want to scare them if we're going to raid in. Do you think they'd be okay? Everyone takes such interest in the Grim Reaper. No one pays attention to the cheery Reaper. That is exactly true, right? Exactly true. Do it. Come on, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's throw them some love. As long as everyone is kind. Yes, friends. Like, I mean this in a genuine way. This is where you need to. This is very, very much a case of if you've got nothing nice to say, don't say it. If you've got nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. Okay? Because this person is possibly one of the most wholesome and yet innocent members of the community that we have ever had. They have been a member of the community for the longest period of time. They are streaming without a microphone. They don't have a microphone at the moment, but they're streaming some art, and they are just so unbelievably wholesome. And I am always absolutely transfixed by the fact that they are a member of this community, because we are so filthy and they are so innocent, and I love them very, very much because their heart is always in the right place. So I genuinely mean it when I say, if you've got nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. Okay? We're going to go raid Yuki Dog Zombie. Thank you very much, Nibberin. We're going to go raid Yuki Dog Zombie to go throw them some love, because they deserve love. They deserve love. And yeah, so please be nice. I will straight up say right now, I have so much love for Yuki Dog Zombie that if I see somebody being nasty to them, I'll ban them from my channel. Like that's the level of genuine care and like how much I want to protect this individual. So let's go. Let's throw some love. Friends, if you're a subscriber, please copy and paste the first raid message. If you're not a subscriber, please copy and paste the second raid message. And let's go throw some love at Yuki. All right. Thanks so much for being here, friends. Thanks so much for the raids, the subs, the gift subs, all the cheeky little bitties. Thank you so much for spending all your time here. Thanks so much for digging deep and diving into Mythical Mondays with us today. I really appreciate that. We're going to go raid Yuki. If you can stick around for the raid, even if it's on like 5-10 minutes, I would really appreciate it. They're a wonderful being. It'd be really nice to go and throw them some love. They're always throwing love at this community and trying to help people out when they're feeling sad and stuff. So it'd be nice to go and share that love in return, you know? I'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. GMT, 1 p.m. GMT, where we're going to be playing some more Discworld. All right, we're going to be playing the 1995 point-and-click Discworld. All right, until then, you beautiful beans, you cheeky little devils, you, don't do anything I wouldn't do, because if I wouldn't do it, it'll fucking kill you. All right, let's go throw some love at Yuki, and yeah, please everyone be nice. See you all later. Bye.